Starting soon. Thank you immediately to the beautiful Dr. Slippy and the beautiful Falcony. Welcome, my beautiful child soldiers. Thank you to the lovely Romka for the gifted sub. Starting in 30 seconds. Let's make this Monday feel like a motherfucking Friday. Hello, all my beautiful, beautiful sons of my bitch. How are we doing this lovely Monday that I will try and make it feel like a Friday? We are already starting off with horrible English. Thank you immediately to all the beautiful subs, including the latest one, Marxist Maverick with Prime. Welcome, my beautiful child soldier. And we're immediately starting with a choo-choo motherfucking hype train. Did you miss me? Thank you, Ramka, for the 200 bits, because I missed you, motherfuckers. I was sick last month. I was stuck in traffic. I was stopped and harassed by police, but this time it was my fault. I mean, it's de facto not my fault because they're pigs, you know. You never choose their side, etc., etc. I drove with an expired license, etc. If you want to hear the full story, I guess you can check out the program episode is going to come out in like 2-3 weeks. But yes, I did bad things. I'm a bad boy. Didn't go to jail. Didn't get my car taken away from me. Thank you, and the hype train fucking continues. Thank you, ZFIH, as always. The 100 gifted sub by ZFIH. Single-handed fucking god-tier shit. Ain't nobody watching fucking ads up in this motherfucker, okay? Thank you, ZFIH, as always. Everybody say thank you, whoever received a sub from our beautiful Nepo baby. Yes, it's been an interesting week. That's why I'm going to make up for it and stream today, tomorrow, and the day after. Hopefully, eventually being able to do this at least semi-full time. I've talked to my colleagues over from the D program that I spent like 5 days recording during the previous week. That I have to set up specific days when we will not be able to record because I want to hang out with you, you beautiful, ugly, evil, no grass touching sons of my bitch, known as chat. How are you guys doing? I am doing very well. My air conditioning still has not arrived. For those of you who are here for the air conditioning lore, it is still hot up in this bitch. That is why I am wearing, guess what I am wearing? Thank you very much, Dr. Slippy, and thank you very much, Jaws. I am wearing shorts, okay? I made sure to wear 3 pairs of underwear underneath. We don't want to show any of those bulges up in here because that is illegal. Thank you very much, Statey123, for the sub. Welcome, my beautiful child soldier of the great Gunnar army of Jisrael. But I made sure, because you have not deserved my feet yet, to wear socks. So no feet for you. Yet. Okay? I really like the new emoji of Yugoslam. That is very emotional and very, well, let's be honest, very this type of stream. Thank you very much, Comrade Lunchbox, for the resub. Welcome back. What am I going to do with you today? How am I going to stimulate you with that good old content? Well, we have plenty of topics to cover, such as Bed Empanada's coverage of Netanyahu jailbait. Is he going to prison? Is he not going to prison? Let's all hope the answer is yes, even though we know that the ultimate bad guys never even get 100 meters away from that place. But my poor soul, who has an expired driver's license, on the other hand, gets hit from all sides. Thank you very much, Cheap Red Wine, as always, for the gifted community sub. Thank you, legend. The fucking train is going hard, and thank you, Yanagi Bashi. Oh my fucking god. Okay, we fucking balling today. God fucking damn it, we gotta play some fucking music up in this motherfucker. Thank you, Yanagi Bashi, for the 10 gifted subs. You guys going fucking hard today. Thank you very kindly. Yeah. You might even get some cats later on. And thank you, Necronikar. 4 months, let's go, baby. More Marxist cats in the stream, please. Let me immediately feed you some. I haven't fed you cats in a while. Now, have I? People joining the stream for the first time are probably like, what the fuck is going on? The Great Cat Book has not disappeared. We have not forgotten it. Let me give you a few of them, okay? Let us start with a big, beautiful, thick cat up in here for the level 7 hype train. Look at that beautiful communist cat face. Now let us look at the proletarian cat laying in wait, stalking its capitalist dog prey or mouse, depending on how strong. Are they petit bourgeois or are they classic capitalist? This is its child waiting to attack as well. And this right next to it is what? This is sleeping. The most revolutionary act you can do. Thank you very much, Salty Combi, for the resub. And thank you, Noel, for the 100 cheers. This is the most important socialist activity you can do, and that is rest in between doing many socialisms all over the place. Thank you very much, Noel, for the 100 cheers as well. Okay, you deserve that immediately at the start of the fucking stream. That has never happened before, but you are being very nice today, so I'm going to be very nice right back at you. But what was I saying previously? Let me not bore you too much with these irregularities. We will be covering many interesting things today, like the new Boy video with which we will start. I believe it is about a whistleblower friend of theirs that might be going to prison. Just like as the title says, our friend is going to jail. Jesus fucking Christ, I had a bit too much coffee. I'm literally shaking. Shaking from all the subs. Thank you very much, Prunisens, for the 100 bits, and thank you very much, Sandman, for the 7 bits. A hype train go choo-choo. We're going to watch through what the current news are. We might talk a bit about clubbing. We're going to watch what our favorite right-winger did over on the Joe Rogan podcast. Tucker Carlson, obviously. We're going to check out what the fuck is happening in fucking Scotland. Apparently, the first minister that they had quit. Then we're going to talk about different misconceptions about different ideologies. We're going to talk about the different layers of the internet. I don't know. I found pretty interesting videos that can tackle that. We're going to talk about the movie that I haven't watched, which is Civil War, that everybody says is apparently absolute and total shite. We're going to talk about the general state of YouTube essay content and many other such things, as it has been said. Yes, Scotland mentioned indeed. Did I know they invented golf in Scotland? They ruined. Yeah, apparently originally it was a relatively working class sport, just like all sports at the end of the day. But I hear sports and I stop listening. So anyways, let me calm myself down a bit. I got very excited with all the subs. Welcome all my beautiful new subs and all the beautiful gifters. And the coffee is really hitting me hard. I mean, I think you can see I'm going very red right now. I shouldn't have downed the double espresso, okay? It feels like borderline I did a line of Coke, even though I've never done a line of Coke. Me, drugs, ever? No, of course not. Never, absolutely ever. But yeah, let's start with our favorite unhinged boy. And that is Bad Empanada that I couldn't resist not clicking, which is quite literally titled. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? It's called Netanyahu Arrest Warrant Imminent. ICC to issue arrest warrants against Israeli officials. Let's see what this is up. Thank you, Jaws, for the 100 bits. Do a shot of whiskey to calm you down. Yeah, maybe later, baby. Maybe later. Okay.
Great news for you. Some very good news regarding international law, perhaps at least attempting to do something in regards to the Israeli genocide in Palestine, in Gaza. So there are indications that the International Criminal Court, the ICC, is preparing to issue arrest warrants against big Israeli officials, Netanyahu certainly, and perhaps some others in his government. Now,
I don't know about any of that, but all I know is that ever since he stopped fucking doing Osama bin Laden maxing, our boy is actually relatively handsome. Like, Bad Empanada is handsome. I don't know why he was like, when you like even search him right now, like this like you get Osama Maxer, okay? Nothing wrong with this beard. I'm not like, I don't know, beard shaming, is that now a thing? Should I be careful of beard shaming? But like, how is this guy the same as this guy? I think the answer is he got a girlfriend. I think that's the fucking answer. Or boyfriend, I don't judge. But yeah, this versus this. This is a handsome boy. This is a boy, I would let him rim me, okay? Thank you very much. I know stuff for the gifted community sub. Thank you kindly, and thank you for the level 7 hype train, everybody. You did well. Let's try and hit level 10 one day, of course. I'm never satisfied. I'm gonna milk you as hard as I can because I'm a piece of shit streamer now, okay? But yes, he looks better. He's the handsomest streamer we have now.
They would do this almost certainly simultaneously with them issuing arrest warrants against like Hamas officials for October 7th, because
like, remember, all of you that like, might be like, self-conscious of your aesthetics. Sometimes literally you're a beard trim and a haircut away from like literally raising by 2 or 3 in the extremely toxic scale of what is classically defined as beautiful. Not classically, but locally, ideologically defined as beautiful. So, have a shower, shave, do the haircut, you literally go up by 3 points.
They have to be like the perfect centrist. They can't just do it against Israel. And the warrants would probably not be for genocide, rather for other crimes, or perhaps they just hit them with every single possible thing in the book. And the source for this is actually the Israelis themselves.
And I am pausing an ad that is going to play in exactly 1 minute because of all the beautiful, beautiful mods. I have one more pause after this. Thank you kindly. Okay, so let's properly start.
Israeli media reported a couple of weeks ago that Netanyahu's government was hosting emergency talks regarding the ICC possibly issuing warrants for the PM and his ministers. And this is significant because we would assume that Israel has like intelligence officers in The Hague and stuff investigating this sort of thing. And that's how they know about it, because obviously the ICC has publicly not said anything about this. So how else would they have?
Yeah, Israel has loyalists in absolutely every corner of every international institution, sometimes even those that they are not direct members or supporters of. And this is not some insane, like, anti-Semitic, like, oh, the fucking Jews are absolutely everywhere. No. Israel invests, I believe it was between 5 and 10% of its actual, state budget for defense and intelligence in integrating themselves through both lobbies as well as direct or indirect agents that are employed by or are very close to people employed by different international systems, right?
Gotten the hint of this happening. So Israel seems to be really taking this seriously to the point that Israeli mainstream media themselves, like the Times of Israel is a right-wing Zionist publication, are reporting on this seriously. And then today, Netanyahu tweeted about how he would reject the authority of the ICC. And there's a Reuters article on this. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said on Friday that any decisions by the International Criminal Court, which is investigating Hamas's October 7 attacks and Israel's military assault on Gaza, would not affect Israel's actions, but would set it.
I know some stuff. Question: should we call Netanyahu Satanyahu, or is it cringe? I kind of like it. I mean, it would be borderline offensive to Satan, in my opinion. You can't, like, Satan couldn't help it. He was like a jealous fallen angel and shit. Netanyahu is a fucking Philadelphia Polak that is just helping massacre thousands of Palestinians. He can help it by literally just stopping. So, yeah, don't shit on our boy Satan, I guess.
The dangerous precedent.
Something more creative, like Jizrael. Like that is what we're standing here, okay? Jizrael. The great Gunner state. And nowhere refers to the state of Israel. Just the great Gunner state we want to create for independent apartheid Gunners.
Leadership. Israel will never accept any attempt by the International Criminal Court in The Hague to undermine its basic right to defend itself. Netanyahu said in a statement on
Thank you, Jocula, for the resub. One for Jizrael. Welcome, my beautiful Jizrael child soldier.
Telegram. While decisions made by the court in The Hague will not affect Israel's actions, they will set a dangerous precedent that threatens soldiers and public figures, he said. Yeah, it does. And then thank God that it does. One of Israel's leading television news outlets, Channel 12.
Well, decisions made by the court in The Hague will not affect Israel's actions. They will set a dangerous precedent that threatens soldiers and public figures. That's the whole point of calling those same soldiers and public figures as people who are endorsing ethnic cleansing. That's the point of a court. That's like, this will set a very dangerous, if this court finds this sexual assaulter or this murderer guilty, this will set a dangerous precedent against other sexual assaulters and murderers. This is horrible. It is destroying human civilization as we know it, society. I am very smart.
Reported last week that Israel was increasingly worried by the possibility that the ICC would issue arrest warrants against Netanyahu and other top officials for alleged violations of international law in Gaza. So there you have it. Israel is so worried about this when the ICC has said nothing. And the only real source of this potentially happening is Israel themselves. So why would they make...
By the way, if you see the audio lagging in his video, I think that's his video. It's not happening on our side.
Shit like this up, right? Like, they clearly know something that we don't regarding what the ICC is up to. So, we'll take what we can get. The ICC is obviously a joke. Just so you guys know what the ICC is and the difference to the ICJ. The ICJ is a UN tribunal. It's a dispute resolution tribunal between UN member states where they can go and have disputes between each other regarding different treaties that they are all party to and stuff like that. It's not actually like a criminal court. It's rather like a dispute resolution tribunal, though the evidence and stuff that it gathers on questions like violations of the Genocide Convention, for example, could be useful in a normal trial. You can't actually try states. At least as far as I've been able to find, doesn't exist. Like, there's no such thing as a trial against a state in an international court.
Thank you, Kit Litzer, for the resub. Love to my fearless Jizrael leader. Aside, thank you for helping me have a breakthrough and all the education you and the other boys provide. Thank you very much for your kind words. Welcome to the great state of Jizrael.
For a crime like genocide or something. And the ICC tries individuals. They issue warrants against individuals and try them for alleged violations of international law and stuff like that. Audio delay, you say? Hold on. I think I can fix that. If I just unplug this shit. 1 second. Hopefully it's fixed.
My boy, you call me a fucking noob streamer, and my boy, even in the fucking highlight edit, still has the part where it clicks off.
Anyway. Who cares? The important thing is what I'm saying, not what you're seeing. So you have arrest warrants that will be issued against individuals, but the important thing about that is not so much those individuals potentially being tried and punished. The important thing is they will, in these trials, the most important thing, at least in my opinion, obviously it's great that Netanyahu would go to prison or whatever, but this is better. In those trials, they would go through mountains of evidence regarding the crimes that happened, and they would establish what actually happened.
Yes, and limelight will be put on those specific crimes that have happened. And even the most pro-Israeli mass media agencies will directly or indirectly have to report on them. And this puts even more stress and even more light and even more stress and even more light on quote-unquote resolving the situation, even using terminology like resolving the situation is stupid, because I don't know, you resolve a dispute over 3 meters between two neighbors over who gets to have a bigger yard. That is a fucking dispute. This is again a murder on a mass scale.
and like culpability for it happening. And obviously, if Netanyahu was guilty of something, that would mean that the Israeli state is guilty of something. And if they do end up trying him or some other Israelis or all of them for genocide, then it would essentially be a trial that first has to answer the question, has Israel committed genocide? Because that is key to being able to try an individual.
Thank you to Matitude for the sub. Welcome, my beautiful Israeli child soldier.
For the case, you first need to establish that genocide has happened. And if genocide has happened, only then can you really start prosecuting individuals for it. So you would have potentially in parallel 2 separate investigations into the question of whether Israel has committed genocide or not, while the genocide is fucking ongoing as well, by the way. As far as I can tell, this is unprecedented. One in the ICJ and one in the ICC. So
when it comes to our personal experience with the Yugoslav wars, it took like over a decade and a half after they ended for most of the individuals who were charged with either participating or organizing it to actually get to a point of either being fully prosecuted or to the fullest extent of the law, or being let go. But, they didn't actually participate, etc., etc. What I'm trying to say is this takes like at least a decade afterwards. At least it has in previous cases. But what Penada is saying is very, very on point, that it has never happened that as it's going on, it's also being tried.
Yeah, it's potentially very interesting development that could be impactful, but probably won't be, though obviously Israel is taking even just the fact that this could even happen is huge. That like the fact that Israel would even be or there would be arrest warrants issued and potentially is
3 meters between 2 neighbors, most Balkan example as possible. Yeah, I went to see my grandma literally over the weekend when I had to go and redo my fucking driver's license. And it reminded me, like, my grandpa, God rest his soul, with his first neighbor. They never spoke to each other ever since they built their houses one next to another because of, I think, 2.5 meters dispute on where one guy needs to put his fence versus where the other guy needs to put his fence. Yeah, it is a very Balkan example. You could elevate it to our countries in general, basically fighting over what in the greater scheme of things is just 3 meters of land and, massacring each other over it.
Trial against Israel, perhaps, or an Israeli official or Israeli officials like in absentia or something would be huge. But like Israel's just like internationally in the propaganda arena, just taking L's left and right, and things are changing. Things are changing in ways internationally that they haven't before. Even like generic shitty liberal institutions having to.
But it is incredibly depressing that these changes are happening only because we've reached such an insanely unhinged point that even the most in-your-face paid by Zionist type of both media institutions and political establishment members will have their careers so deeply impacted if they don't at least in some vanilla way comment on what is going on and paint it in the very deserving negative light. So, I'm not trying to stop you from taking a doomer pill or a hope pill. What I'm saying is, this was supposed to happen much earlier before we got to fucking 35,000 directly assassinated human beings. But hey, we'll take what we can get in a situation as grim as this. And thank you very much, Toadletarian, for the sub. 4 months as a frog soldier for the king. Let's go for the great state of Israel.
Sort of turn against Israel, having to do things against Israel that previously you never would have fucking imagined. And it's sad that it's taken a genocide for it to actually occur. It's sad that this is the best that we can actually get. But hey, we take what we can fucking get right now. Because Jesus fucking Christ, this is like a blatant, bold-faced, full-on genocide of nearly unprecedented intensity compared to anything else in the last 20 to 30 years or so, aside from Rwanda. And it's just ongoing and nothing's happening, and all of the biggest, most important economies and powers in the world, aside from China, are supporting it, just outright supporting it, backing it in ways that are far more than reasonable. Obviously, it's a fucking genocide. So Israel is clearly worried about the potential of ICC arrest warrants being issued against officials in Netanyahu. Yeah. Otherwise, why would they talk about this? Why would Netanyahu make a statement like this? So today, where I am, is it's Friday, And I would assume that the ICC only is only operating on weekdays. So perhaps on Monday next week we can expect some sort of action from them. If not, then I don't really know. But yeah, this is a potential like devastating development to like the prestige of the disgusting Zionist genocidal state, which could only be a good thing. Far from sufficient.
First Philadelphian man to rise to prominence was one who rose to prominence through genocide. Fucking Philadelphia and the Philadelphia cream, I guess. Two things that Philadelphia will be known for the rest of eternity. A genocidal Zionist psychopath and the thing you put on your bread when you want to get thicker.
But
even though now they have like the fucking, light versions of Philadelphia. This is what I'm talking about. Philadelphia cream. Is it actually from Philadelphia? Wait, what the fuck? Is it actually made in Philadelphia? I don't know. This Philadelphia. This thing. I like this Philadelphia. So, Philadelphia, the great state of Philadelphia gave us this and gave us this. Okay? So, this and this. One place can give you these two things at the same time. That is why ideology is very important. If you want to create a great, great state, concentrate on making different variations of this shit. But if you don't, you will just make different variations of this shit. Look, my boy is a vampire, literally doesn't age, man. He's like born 1,000 years old.
Something. And I hope you guys are ready for Zionist Hasbro propaganda.
Or Philadelphia cheesesteaks. Yeah, fuck yeah. Yeah, I like that shit.
Again, just to start like calling the ICC Hamas and like photoshopping ICC prosecutors as like Hamas members and stuff like that. Because it's 100% going to happen. Like the ICC is Hamas, the UN is Hamas, the ICJ is Hamas. Everyone is fucking Hamas. Like the way that the Israelis talk about Hamas,
Wonderful.
they're like inverting like anti-Semitic stereotypes to like frame like Palestinians.
Thank you very much, Backfeet Ghost, for the sub. Bro, watch how you speak on Philadelphia. We don't claim Netanyahu. He's from Cheltenham, not Philly. I apologize, my king. I apologize. He's a Polak, okay? He's a Slav. He's supposedly a Slav, okay? So I am trying to save face here as a Slav and push it on you guys over in Philly, okay? That is the only thing I'm doing. This is a 100% selfish behavior on my part. 100% selfish behavior. You can fucking have him, okay? Like, the meme of like the Spider-Man standing in between each other and pointing each other, and then you have the Jewish people, Slavic people, and Philadelphia people like pointing at each other and saying, "No, he's your guy. No, he's your guy. No, he's your guy."
As like this fucking global like octopus, you know, those anti-Semitic like and also there was anti-Chinese versions, anti-Japanese versions of like an octopus like enveloping the world.
Hot potato, but it's Netanyahu. Exactly, Backfeed Ghost, yeah.
Like that's for them, that's what Palestinians do somehow. Like these powerless genocided Palestinian people trapped in Gaza somehow control every single global institution, and that's why they all say the same thing about Israel being a horrid, disgusting genocidal state. That's why. South Africa's Hamas. Justin Trudeau is Hamas. I saw that one recently, I think, because he said, like, Canadian companies have to stop selling arms. I'm not exactly sure. Something like that. The UN is Hamas. The ICJ is Hamas. The ICC is Hamas. You know, I'm Hamas. You're Hamas. We're all Hamas. Whoop-de-doo. So, yeah. Let's see what happens here. But hopefully something. Just issue an arrest warrant against fucking Netanyahu. There's a million things they could have done it for. They could have done it 10 years ago already. I don't know why it's taking so long.
Because in a unipolar world, the only opinion that matters is not that of international institutions or even local powers, but only the one superpower. And when the one superpower identifies with the state of Israel as basically its 51st state, obviously they will not allow anything to happen, even when such a massive institution such as, for example, the Security Council votes for a good old ceasefire that will most definitely not be pushed forward because, again, it doesn't really matter what others think. As long as America disagrees with what others think, we will be pushing what America says needs to be done, or in this case doesn't need to be done, and spice that up with just late stage capitalist mentality of rhetoric is more important than action. And you have Joe Biden saying that, I am being very stern with Netanyahu, he should not continue the invasion into Rafah and even expand the current operation, etc., etc. We told them not to, as they are sending tens of billions of dollars worth of rockets and machine guns and airplane fuel and logistics and intelligence over to the Israelis at the same time. Because let's remember, the liberal and even conservative voting bodies of the United States do not really give a fuck about what their state is doing. They just want them to be doing in the most representable and most clean-cut fashion possible. So you do what you're doing, just wiggle your finger a little bit so I can go back to brunch, and everything is going to be fine. With that being said, let's check out the news for today. What is new, what is old, and let's get semi-depressed, because it's always the news are going to suck.
Welcome to Democracy Now!
Exactly, pandas. Biden wagged his finger so hard, don't you understand?
Now, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's in Saudi Arabia while Hamas has sent negotiators...
Antony Blinken, our favorite finger wagger. He is the bestest finger wagger. And oh my God, we actually have emotes of this lovely legend from Democracy Now! That is very nice, very base lady, indeed. From now on, I'm going to be talking like this. Is it annoying? Is it not? I do not care. I am now a 1950s Helldivers 2 styled commentator. Yes, indeed.
...to Cairo as talks continue over a ceasefire in Gaza and the release of more hostages. On Sunday, President Biden spoke by phone with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
And he wagged his finger. We have done our part in stopping the genocide. Hello, Mr. Hitler. Please do not gas. Please do not gas. Also, here's some money for the gas.
On Saturday,
time to return to brunch.
Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas called on the U.S. to halt Israel's planned attack on Rafah.
We hope that Israel stops doing this attack, and we call on the United States of America to ask Israel to not carry on this Rafah attack, because America is the only country able to prevent Israel from committing this crime.
Over the weekend, Israel repeatedly bombed areas of Rafah. In one attack...
Isn't this fucking so fucking sad, man? The official representative of a people that is getting genocided needs to beg the country that is funding the country that is committing the genocide. And you're telling me that, America's the best we can do. If it's a multipolar world, it's going to be worse. Yeah, fucking eat my fucking shit and call me daddy.
Israel killed 9 members of the same family, including a baby. On Friday, an Israeli airstrike on Gaza City killed the daughter and grandson of the prominent Palestinian poet Rafat al-Arir, who was killed in an Israeli airstrike in December. Shaima Rafat al-Arir died Friday, along with her husband and 2-month-old son. Shaima had recently written a message on Facebook addressed to her late father, writing, quote, "I have a beautiful news for you. I wish I could convey it to you while you are in front of me. I present to you your first grandchild. Do you know, my father, that you have become a grandfather? This is your grandson, Abdurrahman, whom I have long imagined you carrying, but I never imagined that I would lose you early, even before you see him," she wrote. The website Electronic Intifada reports Shaima Rafat al-Arir and her family were killed while sheltering in the building of Global Communities, an international relief charity. Police across the United States made at least 270.
You don't cartoon evil, like meme, if you watch this in a film, you're like, man, they're making one of the sides look too fucking demented. Nobody would do this. Please rewrite the fucking script. We can't sell this fucking movie. The script is too fucking unhinged. Nobody's gonna believe in a bad guy. This is fucking insane. Okay? No.
75 arrests over the weekend as campus protests against Israel's assault on Gaza continue to spread.
And then locally, the country that is actually funding all of this, people with a fucking conscience, which I would like to believe is the majority of my beautiful, beautiful Burgerlandians, they send the good old piggy pigs to eat them just like grass. Don't you love seeing this shit? Remember when the fucking white supremacists were marching? You would always hear the argument. You might disagree with them, but this is a country based on freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And we would lose freedom of speech and freedom of expression if we stopped some of the most evil people in our society from walking in the streets and shouting their belief system out. You know? Remember that? Remember that absolutely brilliant argument? Somehow it doesn't apply to people that are protesting against an act of genocide, for people that are against something that the United States cannot afford to allow. Always remember, white supremacy is more than welcome because it is the perfect organic antithesis to genuine revolutionary organization, and even not revolutionary organization, but any organizations that want any sort of positive change, be it in domestic or foreign policy. And they will scream, no wolf, no wolf, no wolf. We need to be accepting and loving, and maybe not loving, but we need to be accepting of their right to express themselves. But when it comes to the right of people expressing themselves against quite literally the most heinous actions of our time, at least the last 2-3 decades, then no, we send our bike pigs to beat the shit out of them. I love bike cops. Those are my favorite. Imagine being like so cucked that you're a cop, but then you get additionally cucked when they give you the fucking bicycle department thing. They don't even give you like a nice little hat to wear. They give you the fucking bike helmet. It's legendary.
In Boston, police detained about 100 people after students set up a Palestine solidarity encampment on the campus of Northeastern University. The school justified the raid, citing what it called virulent anti-Semitic slurs after someone chanted, "Kill the Jews," at the encampment. But video and eyewitness testimony revealed the anti-Semitic chant was actually done by a counter-protester.
I remember, the Jews will not replace us. The Jews will not replace us. We needed to not fight them because no matter how disgusting that saying is, they have the right to self-expression. But one unhinged piece of shit, which we don't even have proof of having happened, but let's imagine that it has happened. One unhinged piece of shit in a protest where there are hundreds of people, in some cases thousands. No, that warrants the use of quite literally military violence against them. The biggest cliche to call out hypocrisy, right, in my fucking profession. But as I say in absolutely every stream, when it's staring you in the face so hard, you gotta fucking mention it.
They're holding an Israeli flag. The group Huskies for a Free Palestine said, quote, "The only people hurling anti-Semitic slurs last night were Zionist counter-protesters attempting to instigate our peaceful encampment." Despite this, the university exploited this moment to lie about our encampment and justify the brutal arrest of over 100 students, they said. In St. Louis.
Remember also when we were told that universities create insane, evil communists that want to overturn the American way of life, and yet it is the very same institutions that run these universities which are ready to call upon the use of violence against the very same people that pay their fucking paychecks, the fucking students on student loans that go to their fucking campuses in order for them to be kicked out. Okay? Remember, universities really do be creating insane Marxist-Leninists that want to burn down the White House, and yet these same universities don't even let a bunch of fucking students camp and say something as insane as stop a genocide. Oh my fucking Lord.
Police arrested.
Who will think of the genocider?
More than 80 people at a pro-Palestine encampment at Washington University. The arrested included Green Party presidential candidate Jill Stein. At Arizona State University.
They're now saying George Soros is funding pro-Palestine protests. Fucking George Soros, he can't, like, he's funding the universities, but also funding the pro-Palestine protests. So, like, his funds go in both directions, and two of the groups that he funds fight. We call it the George Soros infighting up in here, okay?
University, police made around 70 arrests on Friday.
He's funding me too, yeah.
As they broke up an encampment on Alumni Lawn. At Indiana State University, state police arrested 33 people Friday as they broke up an encampment on the Bloomington campus. Despite the police crackdown, campus encampments continue to spread, including at CUNY, the City University of New York.
But look at them wearing all the traditional dress and all of the flags. Who will think of all the Karens that are scary from all these brown-looking, Muslim-looking people speaking in their scary, scary languages? It is not that we should concentrate on a military operation being carried out, causing the death of thousands and thousands. No, we as universities, as places which are supposed to quite literally be the beacons of future thought, of a better understanding of the world, it is our job to make those people not feel uncomfortable and instead quite directly crush any sort of rhetoric that wants to bring attention to an active case of ethnic cleansing. Yes, this is what university is supposed to be about. And to an extent, like I said it last time, like, these are the best types of universities because they are the, like, university is supposed to be a place where they teach you about life and how to go through life properly. All those unis that let them protest, etc., they're lying to them because they're telling them, oh, when you go into the real world, this will be allowed. No, these universities are giving you a proper lesson on American life, and that is freedom of speech good, except when you say the wrong things. Then we got a good old baton, we got a good old fat boot, and we're gonna beat the shit out of you, you ingrate, and then insert like 7 different racial slurs, okay?
We have an encampment in City College, City University of New York, and we are demanding that CUNY divests and be transparent with the investment. And we are demanding that students, workers of CUNY cannot be harassed, cannot be doxxed for standing up for Palestine.
On Saturday, protesters rallied outside the White House Correspondents Association dinner in Washington, D.C. Protesters staged a die-in to honor the more than 140 journalists killed in Gaza during Israel's assault. Protesters screamed, "Shame on you," as journalists dressed in black tie attire entered the Washington.
Thank you to the beautiful Ken Swallow for the sub. Welcome back, my beautiful child soldier, for the great Gunnar state of Israel.
Hilton. Code Pink co-founder Medea Benjamin was violently thrown out of the hotel as she attempted to hold up a sign reading, "100 members of the press killed in Gaza."
I was standing here quietly with this sign and got so roughed up by the security and thrown out of the hotel. It's quite ironic because tonight was all about...
Look at this lovely fucking, I don't want to guess her age, lady, fucking balls bigger than the entire fucking White House when you fucking combine every single one of their testicles, or in their case, lack of fucking testicles. Motherfucker.
Press freedom.
God bless her.
And it seems like standing here with the sign is something that's a lot worse than 100 journalists in Gaza being killed.
Yeah, the fucking American establishment doesn't give a shit about homeless people. They just don't want to see homeless people. The American establishment doesn't give a shit about genocide. They just don't want to be reminded there is a genocide. The American establishment doesn't give a fuck about thousands and thousands of people fucking dying on the daily basis because they do not have fucking free health care. They just care about not being reminded about that by a few Congress members that are too loud for their own good, that they're probably being paid by Somalia or whatever. The American establishment doesn't give a shit about absolutely fucking anything except getting fucking elected. And even that, they can skew around because the capital is behind them. If you have enough capital behind you, you don't need to be loved, okay?
During his remarks at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, President Biden made no mention.
Look at the contrast. You gotta fucking fuck with the contrast, man. You got like it's again, just to repeat, like if somebody was writing a movie about, like, you don't need that stupid fucking movie about civil war or blah blah blah. Oh, this is an apolitical movie that's actually about journalists or whatever the fuck that fucking apolitical art bullshit fucking schmuck said. You just watch the news and you get your fill of actually happening civil war. Because the people do not have enough power to actually go and blow something up, thankfully.
Of Gaza, but he repeatedly criticized Donald Trump, who he called Sleepy Don, after the former president repeatedly fell asleep during his criminal trial in New York.
But what about Orange Man Sleep? Sir, there are 35,000. What about Orange Man Sleep? Orange Man Sleep, da?
The U.S. State Department's decided against placing sanctions on the Israeli military, despite a finding that 3 Israeli units had committed, quote, gross human rights violations, unquote, against Palestinians in the occupied West Bank prior to October 7th. Last week, there were press reports that the Biden administration was preparing to impose sanctions on Netzah Yehuda, an ultra-Orthodox Jewish battalion, but the administration has since reversed course. In other State
of course they
news,
have. Fucking of course they dude. As long as they are sending money, they are actively participating in this. And it does not matter. It does not matter. It does not matter what they say on the topic. If you're a big voot guy, I really like to voot, man. Voting is like my thing, man. My penis gets so hard when I voot. Okay, God bless you. You do your thing. I'm never going to fucking judge you, okay? You do your thing. But if you base so much power on your ability to vote, and you vote for somebody who is actively participating in genocide, you are actively participating in genocide.
There,
I fucking said it.
Officials
Eat my
within
ass.
the department have advised Secretary of State Blinken that Israel's not using U.S.-supplied weapons in accordance with international law. In a memo to Blinken, the officials cite the, quote, unconscionably high levels of civilian harm and Israel's, quote, killing humanitarian workers and journalists at an unprecedented rate, unquote. In related news, the New York Times reports the Israeli government fears the International Criminal Court may soon issue arrest warrants for senior Israeli officials, including Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, over the war on Gaza and for Israel's blocking of humanitarian aid. Hamas officials could also face ICC arrest warrants over the attack on October 7th. Meanwhile, Israeli authorities arrested 7 people, including a number of rabbis and Jewish American peace activists who tried to bring aid into Gaza on Friday. We'll speak with the Israeli-American author Ayelet Waldman and Rabbi Alyssa Wise. Both were arrested Friday on the Gaza border. Plans
writes itself, right? Like, just writes itself. Absolutely fucking writes itself. What am I supposed to say?
For a freedom flotilla to sail from Turkey to Gaza.
Yeah. Wake up, babe. Anti-Semitic rabbis just dropped. Hamas rabbis just dropped, bro.
So with 5,000 tons of life-saving aid have stalled after Guinea-Bissau decided to remove its flag from 2 of the vessels on the flotilla following pressure from Israel. We'll speak with an organizer of the flotilla after headlines. Ukrainian troops have begun retreating from several villages in eastern Ukraine as Russia intensifies its attacks while Ukraine waits for a new shipment of arms from the United States. Over the weekend, Russian forces reportedly captured 2 villages in the Donetsk region. Russia has also ramped up attacks on Ukraine's railroad station in an attempt to disrupt weapons supply routes. In political news, Arizona Republicans have named an accused fake elector for Donald Trump as a national committee member for the Republican National Committee. Arizona.
Thank you to the legendary Broke Social for the 3rd month sub. Welcome back, my beautiful child soldier.
State Senator Jake Hoffman was indicted last week with 17 others in the plot to overturn President Biden's 2020 win in Arizona.
A new child soldier. Subscriber.
And thank you to one of my favorite Pokemon pandas for continuing your sub. Thank you, my beautiful.
Bureau of Criminal Investigation investigations launched a probe into the recent death of Frank Tyson, a 53-year-old black man who died after police pinned him to the ground inside a bar. Body cam video shows Tyson repeatedly said, "I can't breathe," but officers ignored his pleas as he lost consciousness. The body cam video shows police waited 5 minutes to check for his pulse, then another 3 minutes before CPR was started. One officer's heard joking, saying, quote, "I've always wanted to be in a bar fight. I don't know if this counts," unquote.
Stew. So you can barbecue, you can make a good stew, you can the great Texan like thing when you cook a pig for like 12 to 16 hours. All great things to do with a pig. What's not great is giving them the money that's supposed to go for fucking healthcare, so that they can kill minorities on the regular or stop anti-genocide protests.
Frank Tyson died just 12 days after being released from 24 years in prison. In
Jesus
Colorado,
fucking Christ, man. What a life. Fuck me, dude.
former paramedic Jeremy Cooper has been sentenced to 4 years of probation with 14 months of work release after he was found.
I can't imagine what her fucking, mental health is. Respect to the lovely host of Democracy Now! Like, every single time we watch Democracy Now!, it's just like fucking evil shit. Like, evil shit. So it's just to process this, like talk to the writers, like report on this, etc., like on an almost daily basis. This is what her life is, like looking directly into this shit and sharing information about it. Ugh. And we think our life is fucking hard, eh?
Found guilty of criminally negligent homicide in the 2019 death of Elijah McClain, the 23-year-old black man who was walking home from the store when he was...
Hugo, you're an expert on bar fights. Does restraining a man with 3 of your armed buddies and strangling him to death count as a bar fight? No, my friend. No, it does not. It counts as plain old-fashioned fucking murder. But I love how they concentrated on the fact that it's in a bar to make the joke that they hope it counts as a bar fight. And even the fucking cringe-ass cuck fucking comment on "I always wanted to be in a bar fight" directly insinuates why this pig became a pig, right? No, he was born a pig. You do not become a pig. You're literally born a pig. But this fucking porky motherfucker literally became because he wanted to fucking bully the shit out of people. But it's one thing to bully people. It's another thing to bully them to fucking death. Especially someone who just got off the fucking jail, man. Just got out of a fucking jail, served his fucking time, and then immediately.
Was tackled by police, placed in a carotid hold, and later injected with ketamine. In March, another paramedic,
We never fucking call cops here for a fucking reason. And our cops are like 10% as unhinged as American cops. And we still don't fucking call them. I don't know, somebody needs to be literally bleeding to death on the fucking ground. I've watched fucking 15 on 15 fucking fights with chairs flying, fucking teeth coming out, fucking noses flying off, fucking eyes popping out. Nobody calls the fucking cops. Because they will solve nothing. They'll just come and murder one of us. Okay? Doesn't matter that you're getting the shit beat out of you and you don't call the cops. Because the only thing they'll do is come and beat you up extra. In what, I don't like the guy that I'm fighting, obviously, but I don't like him so much that I would call the cops for them to kill him. It is like something needs to be commented not only about pigs in the States, but people who call the pigs, unless it's like a hardcore fucking situation. Don't call cops. Don't call cops. You know what I mean? These leftists always criticize cops, but they're the first ones to call. That shouldn't be the case. Don't fucking call cops. Don't call cops. You see a bar fight, don't call cops. You see somebody just stole a fucking purse and is running away, don't call cops. Yeah, don't call cops. Don't call cops. Just don't call cops. That is my advice to you in life. Do not call the police. Unless there's a fucking guy in your house with a knife or a fucking shotgun, don't call the fucking cops.
Kuchiniak was sentenced to 5 years in prison for his role in McClain's death. And in Australia, thousands of people took to the streets in nationwide protests demanding an end to gender-based violence. The rallies come amidst a wave of violent crimes against women, including a mass stabbing in Sydney earlier this month, where 5 out of the 6 fatal victims were women. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese addressed the crowd, calling the situation a national crisis and an epidemic. This is Natalie, one of the demonstrators.
I think the government needs to declare this devastating thing that's happening to women as a national emergency. Enough women have died, 26, and it's really, really upsetting. I think we're human. We shouldn't be getting killed.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace.
Look at these eyes, man. Like, fuck, Vietnam War veterans, dude. Like, this lady on a daily basis fucking processes some of the most disgusting fucking shit ever. Speaking of disgusting shit, but probably with a humorous undertone, let's move over to Boy Boy. And the video is titled, Our Friend is Going to Jail. Please, lovely mods, readjust the title. Put something about whistleblowers and put Boy Boy in the title as well. I want to make it as clickbaity as possible. Now, trigger warning. You're about to see 3 very, very sexy men in the shower. But not only 3, 4, including me. That rhymed. He. And no, I'm not about to go fucking nude from the waist up. No. Whoever's asking, that's nice of you, but no.
This is our mate, David McBride. Now, it might look like he's having fun, but...
Dude, and you can so see that my boy right here is a Balkanoid. He's from I think he's Serbian or Croatian, doesn't really matter, ex-Yugoslav. This boy right here, literally built in every single way like a Balkan boy, dude. The hair on the chest, the everything, like, look. Like, I am the absolute same. This is the ultimate goddamn fucking Balkan body type, okay? I am in a different life. I was like the professional fucking phenotype finder, like a race science guy, okay? I would guess that this boy is from the Balkans from 100 kilometers away just looking at his fucking body, okay?
Sadly, this is our last shower together as best friends, because David here is going to prison for life.
Jesus Christ.
He's what you'd call a whistleblower.
Speaking of punishment for life, when you come on Twitch, you are put in eternal ad jail. That might not happen all the time, but happens every 20 to 30 minutes. Like in exactly 3 minutes when an ad is going to play. Do you like what I do here? Do you not want to watch ads? Well, there is a perfect combination for you getting out of the ad jail. And that costs only $5 or for free through Prime a month. Click that subscribe button, don't watch ads, and make my dad proud of me. Thank you kindly.
You all know what a whistle sounds like. Now, he's a soldier who served in Afghanistan who realised that Aussie soldiers were committing some of the most heinous war crimes imaginable and his superiors were covering it up. So he told the public about it. And thanks to David's bravery, nothing happened. Nothing.
Come on, that was a 9 out of 10. I literally told you were going to ad jail. That was a 9 out of 10. Go fuck yourself.
All the war criminals and generals are free. All the politicians are free. David's the one that's going to jail for the crime of telling us about it.
So, how long are you going to jail?
Thank you, MXG, for the 5 gifted subs. You fucking legend. That is the 47th gift sub by MXG. Be like MXG and do not watch ads or gift people to not watch ads. Saving people one day at a time. You're the modern day Mother Teresa, but not actually a hyper-propagandized version of a person who never really helped that many people as we expect. Yes, very good. I'm not shitting on Mother Teresa because she's Albanian and I'm a classic Albanian hater. No, just look up Mother Teresa and the myths. You would be actually very surprised.
It's a good icebreaker.
But I think Boy even posted about this on Twitter. Like, fucking Australian media is so fucked that you need a bunch of, fucking unhinged YouTubers to shine light on a whistleblower going to jail for life. But I have no idea, nothing about the story, so let's dive in and see what happens.
Yeah, well, I don't know. It could be the rest of my life. So that brings things into a sharp focus, because you kind of think this could be the last time I go to Bondi Beach, last time I watch a movie, last time I play PlayStation. You want to come up? Oh. If I go inside, I want to try to get him and be my cellmate.
Well, you got to get him to whistleblow.
The drug dogs. You could whistleblow the drug dogs.
False positives. On purpose.
You could infiltrate.
You know that meme of like crying Denzel Washington? No, not that. Oh my God, I just did a small racism. Crying Blade guy. What was his fucking name? Yeah, this guy. Yeah, it's not that. Fuck you. I know it's not Denzel Washington. Jesus Christ. This when they come for all the cops, and you gotta also take care of the cop dogs. They come for all the cops, and you also gotta take care of the cop dogs. Oh Lord.
The drugs.
Now, to understand how David got into this position, we've got to understand what brought him to Afghanistan and what brought
Wesley
anyone
Snipes,
to Afghanistan.
Jesus Christ.
And to do that, we need to go back to the 70s when
I know.
Afghanistan
Fuck
was
me. Yeah, I
really
fucked up. I
cool.
confused the two famous black men. I suck. Also, what the fuck? What the actual fuck was Australia doing? Fucking killing Arabs? Like what the fuck? What and Afghanis? What the fuck? What are you doing there? And like, additionally, you're going there because your military is fucking involved in the international fucking war tribunal that they always fucking participate in, just like everybody in the wider West, as we can call it. But then you're so passionate about it, and you end up fucking, committing war crimes. Like, why are you so passionate about 9/11, my dog? You're from fucking Sydney. Your fucking cousin's a kangaroo spider. What the fuck does 9/11 have to do with you?
The only issue with Afghanistan was that it was a socialist country aligned with the Soviet Union. So the CIA took it upon themselves to turn the country upside down. They launched Operation Cyclone, the largest covert operation in CIA history. It pretty much involved flooding every...
Their ultra cucks have been whipped since World War I, when they died in the thousands of the beaches of Gallipoli. Yeah.
right-wing Islamic extremists in the country with money and weapons. Literally, if you were a murderous incel in Afghanistan in the 70s, the CIA was there to make you a millionaire.
And people give me shit for calling everybody cucks. My boy's using incel rhetoric up in this motherfucker. Jesus, am I starting to get... What the fuck? Your boy's getting old. Holy shit. Can you see that? I have a line. Holy fuck. Like, this is, this is perfect. Like nothing. But slowly a line is being created here. Slowly a little cocaine line is being created here. Old Hugo.
Like Gulbuddin Hekmatyar, for example. Now, this guy's a real piece of shit. He failed his engineering
Subscribe for Yugovnik to get a Botox
degree. So when he saw smart women who thrived at university, he threw acid in their faces. But thanks to CIA funding and training, this guy hit the jackpot and became one of the leaders of the Mujahideen, fighting a holy war against the Afghani government and later against the Soviets too. Now, I can't stress how massive this secret operation was. They were spending $630 million a year.
We must support our allies, the brave soldiers of the Mujahideen. Here is Rocky 1, where he is helping our great allies, the Mujahideen.
Here on the Mujahideen. At one point, the CIA got the University of Nebraska to print these educational children's books that they spread all over Afghanistan.
Is the alcohol. My brother, I would have 5 times more lines without alcohol. Thanks to alcohol, I'm not pissed off all the time. Dude, thanks to alcohol, I have not committed atrocities. Okay, my brother? Not only not to the lines. And thank you very much, Lena, not Lina. Yes, Lina. You're Lina, not Lena, for the 5 gifted subs. Thank the lovely, lovely Lina. Definitely not Lena for the 5 gifted subs. For all of you who have been saved from ads. Thank you kindly.
All sorts of useful stuff like how to behead infidels or how to count to 10 in the most fucked way possible. And the CIA won. For a period, the Soviets intervened to prop up their ally, but that eventually bankrupted them and they withdrew, and a few years later, the Afghani government fell to the Mujahideen. Women could no longer go to school. The country descended into a 20-year civil war to decide which group of CIA-funded right-wing fundamentalist arseholes would...
Thanks to alcohol, I have caused atrocities. My toilet is a mess. That's a good one.
A 20-year civil war to decide which group of CIA-funded right-wing fundamentalist arseholes would run the country.
Yes, Yanagibashi.
The hot one,
unironically,
incel
yes.
guy, or this guy with one eye. So it turns out the one-eyed guy won. Yeah, nice. And his Taliban took over all of Afghanistan. Now, the US was happy whining and dining these guys for decades until a bunch of Saudis flew some planes into the World Trade Center. Suddenly, the US started questioning their love for right-wing Islamic extremists, and they wanted revenge. Not against Saudi Arabia, they're the US's allies. No one's touching them, obviously. They went after Afghanistan because that's where Osama bin Laden was hiding. Now, the Taliban had been trying to get rid of bin Laden for years before September 11, and when they heard the Americans were going to invade, they were like, fuck, okay, we'll give Osama bin Laden up to the International Criminal Court, just don't invade us. But as you know, the Americans invaded anyway and started the longest war in American history. 20 years and hundreds of...
I come and I punch you. Then I run away into a hospital. No, I come and punch an American. Then I go and run away into the hospital. The great union of American fighters says the hospital must go. Must the hospital go? The hospital must go.
Of thousands of dead bodies. So why did they do this? Well, maybe it's so they could have bases bordering Iran, China, and Russia, or maybe it was just to launder money for the military-industrial complex. Who knows? Now, David suggests that the main factor is actually this, like, perverse
Dude, my boys, I love them. My boys from Boy getting, like, higher and higher, lower and lower on that fucking radicalization funnel, baby. Videos getting more and more extreme, dude. Videos getting more and more extreme. When are we gonna start seeing Twitter threads about is Boy tanky? Those Reddit posts, is tanky jerk, you know, on r/tanky jerk. Is Boy tanky? What is your opinion, guys?
marketing exercise where America had to, show that they could punish anyone for September 11, and the more kills they get, the more votes they get.
Everything was done in order to impress the domestic media. They did focus groups of sort of redneck, and they couldn't really understand who the Taliban were, and they wanted to fight a country. Let's fucking smash it up, They probably would have had a better result if they'd negotiated with the Taliban and got Osama bin Laden handed over. Yeah. But that wouldn't have won votes for the rednecks.
Did you have these thoughts before you joined?
And not only the votes, but wouldn't have given them the ability to both, as they said, create bases there and establish themselves as even stronger in the power vacuum that they were creating in that particular region, okay? And also, as cliche as it is, oil. Yeah, that's it. That's all I want to say. Yeah, oil.
In the defense force?
No, I didn't. I was definitely a true believer in the West and democracy.
So David actually thought he was sacrificing his life to fight terrorists. And this wasn't his first time. He's been a decorated soldier for a while, but this time was different. He decided to use his law degree in what he thought was a fight for democracy. He enlisted as a military lawyer for the Australian Special Forces, the SAS. His job was to make sure his soldiers were following the rule of law.
When they're dropping bombs on people, you've got to make sure that everything, the boxes are ticked. And it might be an in-house lawyer in a company that kills people, I guess. But
well, self-aware. God bless. God bless. God bless. Everybody is redeemable. Okay, maybe except Adolf Hitler. Everybody is redeemable.
Now, the army gave...
And we need people like this, and we need to platform the shit out of people like this, because that's how you remove any sort of excuse for any pig or any hyper pig, which is what we refer to as soldiers, to not have excuses of, man, I was just following orders. Man, this is just how the system is. Man, I was just trying to feed myself. Man, I was just trying to escape this or that, okay? Because when they can see these people and they can say, no, there is an alternative. Rip the fucking shit off your fucking uniform, my friend.
David's family.
You will not see judgment. Actually, you will be more welcome than you can fucking imagine. We do not judge you for having been brainwashed into doing what you've been doing. But the only way for us to stop judging you and for you to be able to sleep at night is actually rip that shit off your uniform and join the right side of history for once.
A gift, right? And it's the gift of a brand new dad with PTSD. But aside from that, what David got from those 2 tours of Afghanistan eventually radicalized him as well.
And the analogy I normally use was, it's a bit like being married to a serial killer who you really love. Yeah. And when they come home, the first time they come home with blood on their shoes and they say, oh, I broke my nose at work. You're like, oh, okay. Second or third time, and there's piles appearing in the garden, and it's not till you have something concrete to say they're meant to be in Cincinnati and you knew that they were in New York when the murder occurred, that you suddenly, all those other things fit together.
Now, over time, little by little, all these dodgy reports kept piling up on David's desk, and they looked like pretty heinous war crimes, but his superiors kept ignoring them.
I saw a lot of suspicious reports. The military investigator signed off on it and said, no problem, nothing to see here now.
But there were some really horrific things in there that David couldn't ignore, like the exploits of Australia's most decorated soldier, Ben Roberts-Smith.
Back in 2006, in Ben Roberts-Smith.
Ben Roberts-Smith, crafted in the fucking name itself, man, came directly for a 3D printer of imperialism. Just look at the fucking unit, and also called Ben Roberts-Smith. Like the 3D printer was going brown people dead, brown people dead, brown people dead, brown people dead, yeah, brown people dead, brown people dead, brown people dead, brown people dead. Like that's what the 3D printer was saying as he was being created. Okay, his mom while carrying him in the stomach like played Hitlerite marches to him while he was still a fucking fetus. Okay.
Robert Smith.
Back in 2006, in Ben Robert Smith's sort of first major medal, he'd shot like a 10-year-old boy unarmed, and other SAS people said, "What the fuck are you doing?" And they were meant to be hidden away in a silent, unseen overwatch, and he gave his position away by killing this guy that the other SAS soldiers said was just a shepherd boy minding his own business. And then other people came out, probably villagers of the town, and they shot all them as well. And he got a medal for it. And when the Defence Force gave him a medal, they said they turned the one shepherd boy into a Taliban militia force trying to outflank the SAS position. Now, that Ben Robert Smith didn't write that. You know, the Defence Department wrote that.
Right.
I mean, his name is Ben Robert Smith. He can't do anything wrong. He can't do anything wrong. Dude, literally printed in the names he got. Oh, I feel bad for making jokes about a fucking kid killer, but...
Because to make him the hero, because they wanted to sell the war. Good-looking guy. He was good in a press conference.
Now, to properly understand why these cover-ups were happening, we've got to understand what was going on the ground in Afghanistan when David joined in 2012.
And the fucking schmuck doesn't even have the, eternal excuse of, hey, I was a brainwashed American. I saw the fucking towers come down and I was really angry. I wanted to do something. They lied to me that the state of Afghanistan actually caused this. And, I wanted to do as much damage, etc., etc. My dude, you're from fucking Australia, man. You're literally on the other side of the world. When it concerns fucking New York fucking towers blowing up, you're in a different galaxy, my dude. You're a fucking alien that flew in with a spaceship and you're like, who do I fucking shoot? Like, not like minus 100 excuses, my brother. It's the same to me like as a Kazakh going and doing this shit, or a fucking person from Somalia, or a person from Argentina going and doing, like, this is none of your fucking, like, even that obviously very flimsy and fucking horrible fucking argument, as we all know, is even more mute when it comes to third state actors going and so like ecstatically doing this. And most of them, the funny thing is, most of them are probably like hardcore nationalists and patriots, like, oh yeah, Australia first, as they are going and participating in another country's war. What Australia first, my dude? You're fucking killing for the Yanks. There's no fucking sovereignty. Your country is no fucking You're fucking America from AliExpress. Fucking America light. Fucking America without all the fucking chromosomes, motherfucker.
Osama bin Laden was dead, and so was their whole reason for being in Afghanistan, right? The army
We'll
had
go
no
to
strategic
Kazakhstan,
goal,
actually.
and everything they tried to do seemed impossible. Like, every person they killed was replaced by 3 more Afghanis who were rightfully furious that this foreign invader murdered their family. And if you weren't joining the Taliban resistance, you were at the mercy of the local warlords we put in power, who were pretty much similar to the Taliban, except they had the added bonus of also being pedophiles, but they were on our side, so, who cares, right? The important thing is the military knew the war was unwinnable.
I knew something was up when we kept on saying, we'll win the war next year. But we said that the year before. And they were saying that because that's what the politicians wanted to hear. They wanted to hear, and everyone got promoted, and you put up PowerPoints saying, we're just on the cusp of victory. They had a plan, but it wasn't really to win the war. It was to win the 2004 presidential election. Drop bombs on people in turbans, get kill counts, and make it look like this is how we treat America's enemies. Nobody lost.
And they're Australian. Like, how the fuck are you getting elected into power even in Australia by saying we are fucking proud patriots, and yet you're literally just sucking on America's tit? You're not just sucking on America's tit. You're holding the tit in one hand and a fucking knife butchering fucking children in the other one. Like, even that like the pitch itself is absolutely insane to me, with all the fucking Brits and all the Australians that went to fight, and even people from like third countries that are members of NATO going into Afghanistan and Iraq and so on, and doing this unhinged shit under the guise of so-called patriotism, while you are literally acting as a serf state. Like you're a vassal state. How the fuck are you a patriot while going and fighting as a vassal state for another country? You're literally their fucking indirect military colony. Like, how is that patriotic? How is that nationalistic? How is that like hoo-hoo Australian pride, hoo-hoo British pride? You're literally like cocking yourself so fucking hard, dude. Like it's even from like the unhinged perspective of like right-wing patriotism, it's still stupid. It's why it's extra fucking debilno jebut.
An election by sending more troops.
I'm announcing today additional American troop deployments to Afghanistan.
It is in our vital
Exactly, Hasanabi Industries. Cuck solidarity, I guess. The international Western Angloid cuck solidarity.
national interest to send an additional 30,000 U.S. troops to Afghanistan.
This was a forever war, driven by marketing, a never-ending string of random fabricated victories, enemy deaths that we were led to believe would bring us closer to some undefined goal, but everyone in power knew nothing would ever be achieved. The war was unwinnable. But this had effects on the ground. Like, once they realized that the war was all about marketing and every mistake, no matter how horrendous, would become a victory, the military establishment realized that anything goes.
We just thought the law was a joke. We had become a sort of a lawless organisation where anything went. Whatever the PR people wanted for the day was what happened.
Now, there was one law we never broke, though. And it's the law that says Uncle Sam is always right. You see, to understand Australia's role in the war in Afghanistan, you have to understand that September 11th didn't happen in Sydney. Well, I mean, it did happen. It happened right after the 10th, but it was just another day here, right? We were only in Afghanistan because we like to follow the Americans when they invade other countries.
The Chief of the Defence Force even said it. We are only in Afghanistan to make the Americans happy. Anything the Americans wanted us to do, we did. With an almost shameless.
And who said that? Who said that?
Wanted us to do, we did. Only in Afghanistan to.
Countries.
The Chief of the Defence Force even said it.
The Chief of the Defence Force of Australia, a person whose entire life goal, whose entire purpose in life is to pursue the interests of the Australian state, openly says, we are going to go to a conflict zone. We are going to put our own sons and daughters in the line of fire because we need to make another state happy. Now, if you heard absolutely any republic say something like that under the context of them doing it in the name of Russia or China, you would rightfully call that out as, dude, that country no longer has sovereignty. That is no longer an independent republic. That is just an extension of Russia or China. But we have self-orientalized to such an extent that pursuing American goals through the lives, by sacrificing the lives of our very own people, now I'm saying specifically through the perspective of a regular Frenchman, Brit, or Australian, is somehow defined as being in line with our own national interests. And the only thing that says when your own national interests are de facto the same as the national interests of the United States to such an extent that you are willing to sacrifice your own blood for it, again, using fucking right-wing mental rhetoric, etc., etc. I apologize for melting your brains by even saying sentences like this. But even under that sort of premise, you are a traitor to your own people. You're an absolute traitor to your own people because you are sending them to die for the interests of another republic, of another state, of another people. So even under the demented reactionary mentality of my people versus theirs, you are a fucking traitor. You're a traitor from other pieces of analysis of human species as a whole, of the working class people, of the fight against empire, etc., etc. But even from the reactionary perspective of my people first, you are a traitor of your people because you are sending them to die for the American. And therefore, you are a fucking colony and you are a fucking cuck. There you go. Right-wingers, anti-war right-wingers or whatever, if you fucking even exist listening to this, please use this sort of fucking rhetoric before more of you fucking idiots go and either kill or die in fronts that you should not even be stepping in, except as tourists.
We are only in Afghanistan to make the Americans happy. Anything.
American shoe. Give me, lube that shoe up, man. Lube that shoe up, yes. Speaking of lubing things up, if you would like to support this sort of rhetoric and not be interrupted with ads like the one that is going to play in exactly 1 minute and 20 seconds, do not be a bootlicker of American advertising. Instead, be a bootlicker of Balkan Twitch streaming for $5 or for free through Prime a month. Thank you very much for even considering it.
The Americans wanted us to do, we did, with an almost shameless excitement, without really thinking about whether we could do it.
As you might know from our Pine Gap video, we once had a leader that stood up to the Americans, and the Americans removed him from power.
Since fuck 4 out of 10, that's fucking good.
Then every Aussie government has tried their best to prove that they're a trustworthy lackey in America's empire, and Afghanistan was our time to shine. Now, the Americans had a problem, right? They needed higher kill counts for their domestic audience, but their special forces were already under a bit of scrutiny for war crimes. But their little Aussie lapdogs were much less relevant. No one cares what we get up to in Afghanistan. And even if they...
Thank you very much. Smoothly does it for the sub. Let's go, boy. Yes, baby.
Did catch us talking about our heinous war crimes. No one could really understand our stupid accents anyway. So the Americans delegated their dodgiest killings to us through something called JPEL.
And exactly, this is a commentary on the side. The reason it's not that the Americans were lacking soldiers and that's why they used private military contractors or other states' infantry on the ground, but because the American people don't give a fuck if an Australian dies, and the American people don't give a fuck if an Australian blows up a school. The American mentality always revolves, again, around an American doing something, because to the American mentality, that's the only main game. Everything else is a DLC. Everything else is an NPC. It doesn't really matter. It's not real, Everything outside of the North American continent is just woo waju, fucking, fairy dust, woo, Wolf of Wall Street quote, right? So why not use PMCs, private military contractors, or even cheaper, dumbass motherfuckers with a weird ass fucking accent? Ain't nobody giving a shit what those motherfuckers do, man. They're from fucking upside down country, man. Who gives a fuck?
Priority effects list. Now, this list was full of kill capture targets, but we decided to read them just as kill targets because it's much, much easier than capturing someone. And sometimes you've got to kill a bunch of extra people on top of that because, you're bored. Now, the Aussies got so good at these missions that we took over the territory given to the Dutch and the British and the Canadian forces, who were hesitant to do the things that needed to be done because it would be politically damaging if their people found out what they were doing. But we didn't give a shit. We just wanted to impress the Americans, so we became their most loyal executioners. But unfortunately, we were a bit too good at doing the US's dirty work, right? The rumors of war crimes started circulating and the military establishment was freaking out.
They did know about Roberts, man. The complaints finally got through.
Least racist Australian. Shoots them in the head.
And they said, fuck, this is an issue. We can't have our fucking star player go down. Not only they cared so much about him, but all the people that have been shaking his hand and the Governor General pinning medals on him, and it's going to be huge.
Suddenly, the government needed to reverse course and start covering their tracks.
A kind of warning was put out to all the troops saying, basically, don't murder people. And when I said...
When you need to tell your soldiers, please stop murdering people as much. We're the good guys. Trust me, we are definitely the good guys. We are the good guys. The good guys is we is the good guys.
What's that about?
So the government was suddenly really serious about war crimes, but obviously they're not going to go after the decorated war criminals whose crimes they spent a decade covering up. No, what they needed was a sacrificial lamb. A fresh, brand new soldier that could be made an example of to show that the Australian leadership cares about war crimes. And it was David's job to prosecute him.
What they tried to do is get scapegoats in order to make sure that no one looked too closely at him. I wasn't prepared to let a soldier get sacrificed, thrown under a bus, just because what the minister needed was a bad guy. They've got drone footage of all this. Yeah, and if they wanted to actually put people on trial, they'd use the drone footage. And they don't want to use the drone footage because the drone footage, A, the Americans don't want them to, but secondly, that shows that they must have known at the time.
Yeah. After all this time chasing up war crimes reports only to get constantly pushed back by his superiors, now they suddenly wanted him to punish a man he thought was innocent. And this was the final straw. David decided to start photocopying all the dodgy reports, all the proof of war crimes he could get a hold of, and all the evidence of this big cover-up, and leak it to a journalist at the prestigious state broadcaster.
No, you don't get to do that. No. Fucking mega giga Chad, dude. Fucking Chad of Chads of Chads, man. More Chad than the Republic of Chad, my brother.
A guy called Dan Oakes from the ABC. Now, David was risking his life leaking this, and what the ABC ended up doing with it was unfortunate.
Dan from the Alphabet? Dan worked for the Alphabet? Holy shit. The Alphabet itself called out the Australian state on genocide. Holy shit.
Right, like instead of a story of like corruption at the highest levels of government, they turned it into like a cultural issue. A story about how a group of bad boy soldiers had become desensitized and hyped each other up to murder innocent people.
They basically painted it as bad soldiers, but they don't really ever point the finger at the leadership to say he didn't really do this on his own, in the sense that they promoted him, they never really looked into it, there were complaints. If a general either knew or should have known, they're liable too, but they've managed to forget all about that.
Now, the soldiers committing these crimes were psychopaths, right? The ABC's not wrong, but they completely ignored David's documents about all the powerful people who enabled it and covered it up. It's letting the leadership off the hook, right? And either way, there's no like legal or
and that's the most depressing part about almost every like whistleblower. Like you don't even need to push them away by telling them I'll put you for life in jail, which, you know, they really want to make sure that they don't do it. That's why they're pushing like hardcore legislative processes that will, again, just like this lovely gentleman, put them for life in jail. But I mean, the main argument for why not to whistleblow is because nothing ends up happening most of the fucking time. Which is sad, and I'm not saying don't fucking whistleblow, but again, like nothing ends up happening because both the media that you're leaking to is deeply embedded with the ideology of the State Department, or with the capital that both sends its money to the State Department, and your fucking your private institution that you call unbiased media, and you just end up like fucking sacrificing your life for what, an article that a bunch of fucking suburban wives read on a Tuesday morning and then forget on Wednesday.
Ethical way to invade and terrorize an innocent country. Like what we did to the people of Afghanistan is a senseless crime in itself, and no one was prosecuted for it.
There's far too much emphasis on war crime, you know. It's 200,000 Afghan dead, and then giving the place back to Taliban. I mean, no one's lost their job over that. Why
that's not considered a war crime.
The biggest crimes were committed by the leaders.
Yeah. But unfortunately, the ABC went for the path of least resistance, right? They published a war crime story, which felt like a victory for the anti-war left, but they also exonerated all the leaders, which, you know, should have been a victory for the government. But the government didn't care how lightly the ABC tread, right? They collaborated with a whistleblower and they needed to be punished. So the government did what any democracy does in this situation.
And there's a raid happening right here at the ABC right now, just 100 metres or so that way.
They sent in the federal police to...
Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. What the This is why I laugh so hard at like some of my Russian friends. They're like, dude, you don't know what Putin is doing, which obviously bad, but what government isn't doing this shit? Like, oh, Lord. Oh, fuck me. Oh, man. Nothing works. Everything's a sham. Fucking... Ay.
Raid the national broadcaster and all these journalists' homes. And everyone was terrified. Once the federal agents walked out of the building, even the news reporter who was meant to be covering it sounded like a 12-year-old trying to make small talk with his girlfriend's dad.
Was there anything wrong there?
Now, David was hiding in Spain long before the ABC published their story. He's on the run from the most powerful people in the world, and he's obviously scared. But David told us that the most painful part about being a whistleblower is knowing you have to leave your loved ones behind. He had to watch his daughters grow up from the other side of the world. Eventually, he gave up on hiding, and he did something I've only ever seen someone do in an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. He flew back to Australia, risked life imprisonment by a corrupt government just so he could spend one night at a daddy-daughter dance.
She kept saying there's a father-daughter dance later in the year, and I'd be like, if I come home I'll get arrested, and if I get arrested I'll probably be in jail a long time. She just said, I want you to come back for the dance. And I could tell when I spoke to her, I could tell it was just silent. And I could just tell she was silently crying on the end of the phone, and I was like, oh, no father can handle it.
So, David came back to Australia.
You never really knew just how terribly he needed you.
Holy shit, man.
Now, this moment didn't last very long. David was arrested and put on trial for leaking classified information. But it wasn't a normal trial where, you can...
The size of this, like this, including the mask, the size of this, that's his smaller testicle. This is how big his smaller testicle is, okay? The smaller one. The one that is above the other one, okay? God damn, man.
Defend yourself.
Giga Chad, more like a Giga Dad. Holy fuck.
Right, it was the other kind of trial where the judge turns to you and says, sorry, mate, the Americans said the evidence you're using for your defense isn't actually allowed for national security reasons. So we've decided you have to defend yourself with zero evidence.
The government was given authority to bundle up evidence and run out the back door with it. Makes it impossible for us realistically to go to trial.
I'm not giving up hope. He's done the right thing. I've said that from the beginning. Truth and justice will prevail, and I'm incredibly proud of him, as are his two girls.
Truth and justice prevails only in history books. Dear Sarah. But hey, now we have YouTube and two naked guys who scrubbed each other in the fucking bath. So maybe that helps. Hopefully that helps, because this shit's fucking exploding, okay? I mean, it's exploding because the most influential Twitch streamer is commenting on it right now with the most influential chat on Twitch as well. But 800 motherfucking views in one motherfucking day, okay? Okay, so maybe something can change. Respect to those two fucking beautiful schmucks for platforming this very brave dad.
So yeah, obviously since he can't defend himself, he's going to jail, which sets an insane precedent here in Australia. Like it's the death of whistleblower laws, right? This ruling means that if you have information that your boss is committing a crime and you leak that information, then you're the criminal.
The judge ruled to say there are no exceptions. If you're in the military and the orders are don't release information, it doesn't matter whether the chief of the Defence Force is selling secrets to our enemies or a pedophile ring or war crimes. We didn't even get to the facts. He just said there are no exceptions.
Now, all this time, the ABC was scared silent. They never once mentioned David McBride since they got raided back in 2019, and David's legal team started to get a bit suspicious. When they asked the ABC for evidence to help his case, they refused to cooperate, which was confusing. But suddenly, it all made sense, right? A few weeks before he's sentenced to, prison, the ABC finally pipes up to release a hit piece on him. Australia's premier journalism program, Four Corners, was faced with this bombshell story of government cover-ups, war crimes, and the brutal erosion of our democratic freedoms. But instead, they decided to run this documentary suggesting that David McBride isn't a real whistleblower and he doesn't deserve your attention.
Jesus
They made
Christ.
absurd claims that he actually wanted to cover up war crimes himself, and he somehow leaked all these incriminating documents by accident. They pointed at the fact that, among all the evidence of war crimes that he gave them, there was...
The classic liberal mentality that does not allow them just ideologically, internally, to have any sort of systematic analysis is, let's blame it on the whistleblower because he's not perfect. That's why we're not going to support him. And we're going to support not only the status quo, but a military industrial complex elite which has directly ordered war crimes. The actual system and those governing it, we cannot fully critique now because the whistleblower is not perfect. When aesthetics matter to you more than what you can actually do and how you can actually influence the society you exist in. Corporate media, my brother. But no, it is the state media industries that are those servants of the state only. We are independent.
That one soldier that he thought was improperly prosecuted and used as a smokescreen. And David wanted to protect this guy. And this was enough for the ABC to smear him and turn his whole story into like the only whistleblower in the world who leaked war crimes because he really wanted to cover up war crimes.
David McBride wanted to expose that our soldiers were being unfairly targeted, they were being unfairly investigated. It's a much greyer and murkier and messier story than people appreciate.
It's honestly a mind-melting thing to watch. Like the crazy part is they spent 6 months filming this with him. They met his family. He opened up about wanting to commit suicide, for God's sake.
There are times when I am really close.
That's a lot to
to say.
Fucking rats, man. Fucking rats that will feed on your fucking trash just to make the fucking hit piece a bit more hittier. They're gonna hittier. Yes, that's a new term I just invented. They will ruin your fucking life more than it's already ruined. After he had sent you the fucking whistleblower information, you didn't even manage to properly push it to the end. After the fucking government went into your own offices to fucking piss on your tables and your fucking corporate rooms, okay? Even after that, you do not have a bit of fucking decency to fully put yourself behind this man because, number one, he's not perfect, and number two, think of the views. It's gonna be much edgier.
Wonderful.
If it's
a new child soldier. Subscriber.
If it's, not a black and white story, when it's very gray, man. History will judge you and judge you rightly, you fucking cocks. Thank you, Juliana BRS. Juliana BRS. For the 3rd month sub. Thank you very much.
Out loud at this.
My beautiful Austragizia child soldier.
Now, I can't stress how cruel this was. Dan Oakes received a prestigious medal for journalism for publishing a handful of David's leaks. And now, just as the government is deciding, how long David should go to prison for leaking it to him, he decides to try his best to make sure that David goes to prison for as long as possible. They literally sacrificed David to prove to the government that they can be trusted. They'll never publish leaks again. They made sure the big guys got the message that journalism is dead.
And just like when they were trying to, throw regular soldiers under the bus without concentrating on the behavior of the Australian military elite, they are doing this now with the whistleblower. They're protecting themselves. They get their views. They get their clicks. They get their, attention as a legitimate news source while protecting their own interests, which co-align with that of the Australian State Department. I mean, absolutely, like the same like with the soldiers. A sacrificial lamb must always be given, and it is always the ones that might not be perfect but least deserving to be put in the spotlight for the actions of both the system and those in actual power choosing to represent said system. They all get away. They always fucking get away. Remember the fucking 2008 banking crisis? They arrested like 3 dudes and they were like middle management cucks or something. Like
dead in Australia. And our democratic institutions that are meant to keep the government in check.
But no. We gotta love and trust in our objective reporting, man. We gotta love and trust.
Completely at their disposal. So yeah, David got fucked. But what happened to all the war criminals that we now know about thanks to David? Well, let's go back.
And that is why the future is in motherfuckers with half a face and a mask and 2 fucking boyfriends that shower together with the people that they're interviewing. The internet still has the fucking power to put stories like this in the limelight, even when the rattiest of disgusting fucking rats that have billions of dollars in their pockets to run stories and yet choose not only not to run them, but to betray the most core fucking principle of reporting, and that is not giving up on your fucking source. They didn't just give up the source, they fucking looped him up, they put him in a fucking rope, and they put him in front of the true fucking cowboy-style train going down the tracks. Because what? Because they wanted to fucking play it safe. How do you even play stories about war crimes safe, you fucking schmucks?
Back to the start of the video, to our first war criminal, Ben Robert Smith. Following McBride's leaks, a couple of journalists published some more detailed allegations about Ben Robert Smith. Ben was pissed. He's a war hero, after all. These allegations are grossly offensive, and look, he's got some pretty powerful friends, so these journalists decided, they'd give up and just settle and pay him. And he said, no, you're going to pay more. I'm suing you for defamation. So he essentially forced these journalists to prove these allegations in court. So they found all these witnesses and evidence, and what they ended up proving in the defamation case was so much worse than the initial allegations. It's the most insane stuff you've ever heard. Like stories about him grabbing a little Afghani kid and blowing his brains out and then telling his fellow soldiers, this was the most beautiful thing I ever saw. Or the time he executed a disabled man and then took his prosthetic leg and kept it as a trophy, and now he just takes it around to parties so him and his soldier buddies can drink beer out of it. So this isn't just a war crime. This is the kind of demonic shit you'd only see in like a fantasy novel. This is orc behavior.
What about their legs? They don't need those.
He's shown us exactly the kind of demons we create when we invade and brutalize a third world country for 20 years without any accountability. Now, the funny part is no one had to know about Ben's crimes. Like all the
Shoot in the brown people, shoot in the brown people, shoot in the brown people, shoot in the brown. Doom, 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 doom. Up until one guy whistle blows, then you put him in jail for life. Then you put him in jail for life.
Wonderful.
Bing, bing.
A new
Big guys
child
had his back.
soldier.
All the
I mean,
politicians and the
subscriber.
oligarchs and the generals.
Thank you very much, Kyan Chiz, for the sub. Welcome, my beautiful child soldier, for the great state of Gunnar Jezreel.
They were all there vouching for him. He just had to shut the fuck up and live his life. But he decided to spend $40 million trying to force a court to prove that he's the vilest piece of shit.
Why the fuck does this genocide boy have $40 million? Jesus Christ. You know who doesn't have $40 million? Me! But you can help me get to $40 million, at least $1 million, 40 times less than that of a war criminal. And what will you get in return? You do not have to watch the ad that is going to play in exactly 1 minute, just as they play every 20 to 30 minutes, because Twitch forces me into this. So become a sub for $5 or for free through Prime. Help me be 40 times less rich than a war criminal while enjoying an adless experience. Thank you for your consideration. Indeed.
Shit in Australia. This astronomical cell phone would be hilarious if it wasn't for the fact that after that, nothing happened. There were no consequences. He wasn't punished. He gets to live a normal life. Like, whoopsie, everyone makes mistakes. Run along now, Ben. This psychopathic orc is free to just roam around my city, and then every time I leave my house, I risk bumping into him in his freaky little pants. No one's threatening to put him in jail for what he did. You know, the only person who's going to jail is...
And if that fucking guy is watching this,
Wonderful.
he will
A
be
new child
only
soldier.
triggered by the freaky little
Subscriber.
pants comment. And you fucking know it, okay? And the freaky little thing in the freaky little pants. Thank you very much, Nazoqueer, for the sub. Thank you kindly.
Was the one who told us about all this. Our mate, David. This is David's last week of freedom. Our last chance to hang out. After that, the next few decades of his life are meant to set an example to anyone in the future who dares to defy our government and our role in America's wars.
It's not so much about the last war. It's about the next war. And this is why I think the Americans are so worried about it. They need to know people in Australia are not going to blurt out our secrets.
$40 million in zero drip. Indeed. The tattoos also suck balls, man.
Like another sort
And
of
not in a
Gulf
good
of
way.
Tonkin incident around Taiwan, where they say, oh, the Chinese have fucking shelled us. We need to all go to war over something which never really happened. That's what I worry about. Unless we break that cycle where we don't just say yes, minister, all the time. If nothing else, you've got your soldiers' welfare to think about. And you can't just fucking send them to their deaths or just fuck them over. You don't do it just because some political dickhead wants to boost their popularity.
So if you care about any of this, right, go to David's GoFundMe and chip in to his legal fund. With your help, he'll have the money to keep appealing his sentence, and maybe we can make his life a little less brutal.
Fuck yeah.
Also, we can show the government that people care about this, right? Maybe we could show a future whistleblower that people are going to have their back if they decide to do the right thing and tell us
Here's
when the
a
government's
link.
breaking the law. Also, if you want to keep supporting videos like this, please go to our Patreon. The link's in the description. It's just $5 a month and you get a full-length exclusive video every month. Thanks so much, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. Do it.
Thank you very much, boy, for the lovely work that you always do. This was, yeah, holy fucking shit. I hope this guy pulls through, man. I hope he doesn't have to go to jail for life. Holy fucking shit. Whoever can afford to, please do go and donate to our lovely man. I hope he pulls through. I will after the stream as well, I promise. I just can't do it right now. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, fuck yes. Yes to the fuck the video worked. Yes to the motherfucking fuck. I will donate as well, but off screen because I'll just dox the shit out of myself if I click donate now as well. But fuck yeah. Absolutely. Bravo. I served my country, I did my job, and now they want to jail me for it. Very good. Thank you, Ramka, for the 100 bits. Thank you kindly. You got 170k just from the video. What I checked yesterday, he had only 100k. From the video, like it looked like he had, in the video itself, how much
Chip
did
into
he
his
have?
legal fund. With your help,
He had $86,000. There's no timestamp for this, but $86,000, and now he is at
Wonderful. A
270.
new child soldier. I mean, subscriber.
Absolutely lovely. Thank you, Rock702, for the resub. No, thank you, comrade. Welcome, my beautiful child soldier. So, very nice. Very, very nice. Very nice. And yeah, go chip in, help him out. I mean, an eternal story of whistleblowers being the only ones who get fucked over in stories that they wanted to help put any sort of limelight on. and a continuation of the eternal story of lackeys in the form of states, whole cuck states that pretend to be patriots and yet dedicate the blood of their sons and daughters to the expansion of an empire half the planet away. Even the reactionary, cringe, ultra fucking shoot me in the head type of rhetoric about, our country first, we get to go and be the strong motherfucker, fall into the water when you are serving American interests. Because, hey, you're not helping out anybody except a few half-senile billionaires and American politicians. You ain't even helping out your own billionaires the way a classic right-wing motherfucker would do it. But with that being said, let's actually talk about the real problems of today, the real problems facing our world, which is the left's anti-white agenda is worse than you thought. So let's see how anti-white my pasty ass is. Shall we, chat? Let's see. Let's rate our anti-whiteness from 1 to 10. Let's see how fucking anti-white we are up in this motherfucker. Before we start that, are Slavs really white? Are Slavs really white? And yes, my theory is that Slavs that live in the West do very much so benefit from looking white, and therefore the privileges that come with whiteness. But the most modern understanding of what a superior race is and what is inferior has been brought to us by our lovely, lovely friends over from Nazi.com, meaning from Nazi Germany. And in those very same definitions of what is close to Aryanhood and what is close to being a civilized, superior human being, Slavs were very much so not categorized as such, but instead as easily controlled by the Jews, quote unquote, to intermixed with so-called mongrel races for them to be considered a fellow European, and therefore they deserve total and absolute extermination in the name of the development of the Lebensraum. If the eternal joke is, why did the Brits leave the EU? It was number 2 because they hated Mexicans and Pakistanis, and number 1 it's because they hated Romanians and Bulgarians. But no, jokes aside, obviously fucking white as fuck, but there is a hierarchy, and in the hierarchy among whites, they don't really like us much. So that is why I continuously and eternally push the rhetoric to every single Slav that I know, that we have far more in line with our brothers and sisters from Vietnam, from China, from Brazil, from Argentina, from Nigeria, from South Africa, than we do with our so-called neighbors west from Berlin. Far more in line, both historically as more commonly an exploited people, are people that lived under the boot of imperialism, are people that understand what it is like to not have any sort of control over your own destiny, the way people in the developed world to this day very much so feel, to a far greater extent that we ever have felt. So on the question of are Slavs white or not, the only thing I'm saying is they should feel much more. They should feel that they have much more in common with our more so-called Eastern and Southern brothers and sisters and enemies, of course, than with that of the good old Burgerlandia and the French baguette and the Londonian tea. We will have our barbecue and we will have our rakia and we will dance our crazy little dances, because we actually have dances to dance compared to you motherfuckers with your fake ass fucking countries. But yeah, anyway, let's learn why I'm anti-white after all this rhetoric. I was trying to set the precedent that I can shit on whites, because I am not. Slavs are white depending on who you ask. We are not American white. I know sounds corny. Yeah, it is. No, unironically it is. But the only thing I want, to pass on you from this general conversation on are Slavs white, as it's not relevant, especially if you live in the West. You're getting white privilege, so you kind of are white, even though most of you, if you are at least first-generation immigrant, they will very much so notice that you're Eastern European and never really see you as one of their own at the end of the day. The one thing I want to pass on is that we have much more in common with the struggling people of the global South than we have with our neighbors west of Berlin. Berlin. And with that being said, now that we have established that officially all Slavs are black, I'm fucking kidding, I mean, look at the NBA and how we play there, okay? We go and we fucking dominate. Using all the racial tropes up in here, you Gopnik, you're really doing well. With that, let's hate on some white people. At least see on what, according to good old Tucker Carlson, why the left is so anti-white. Let's get into this. Let's cringe really hard and blow our brains out, okay?
Somehow you were able to be airlifted directly or teleported directly from 1994 to 2024. You'd notice an awful lot of changes. Primary among them would be the internet. But the biggest change you probably
the internet, the great change of the interwebs, indeed.
About our public conversation is how white people were so...
By the way, if you want to know more about Tucker Carlson, I very much so encourage you to watch my actual video on Tucker Carlson. TLDR, he is the smartest, truly class-conscious, reactionary political commentator in the Western Hemisphere. This is a very dangerous and very intelligent human being who understands that for people like him in his position in the economic hierarchy to keep their position, the question of class must be diluted as much as fucking possible, because he does understand that capitalist society is built on the backs of the proletariat. That is class consciousness. Just instead of engaging in it fully and being a good fucking human being at the end of the day and trying and embracing anti-capitalist rhetoric, that's not in his interest. So as compared to his classic thumbs that just, do it for the sake of getting extra money, which obviously he does as well, he actually knows how to, he has a set objective. And that objective is, again, to dilute class consciousness as much as possible in a drive to continue the status quo. But again, compared to his colleagues, he actually knows what he's doing, and that is why you don't need to fucking respect him, far from it, but that is why you need to understand that he is a different league of enemy as compared to the other ones. Grouping him up with classic Fox talking heads will be the death of you, trust me.
Openly attacked and denigrated, yes, a racial group. So in 1994, you were about 30 years past the Civil Rights Movement, and in 1994, the operating assumption of virtually everyone in the United States was the main lesson of the Civil Rights Movement, of the letter from the Birmingham jail and the Edmund Pettus Bridge and all the different sacred moments that we grew up hearing about. The main lesson of those moments...
My beautiful mods, please adjust the title. I love you very much.
...was, it is immoral, in fact unacceptable, to attack people on the basis of their race. So then if you fast forward 30 years to find the same country engaged in a public hate frenzy against people because of their race, you would find that bewildering. How did this happen? Of course, there would be the discrimination, the institutional racism of hurting people on the basis of their race in high...
The eternal classic. Let us use Martin Luther King to defend white people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. This one never gets old. This one absolutely fucking never gets old. Absolutely never gets old.
Missions to schools, in federal contracting, in promotions, there would be all of that. But there would also be the public manifestation of it, of saying out loud, we just don't like you. You're not as good. You are morally defective because of your skin color. You say this about white people who founded the United States. You'd be shocked by that. And then to turn...
He says this, like this incredible hate frenzy in the United States, which like right now they would be able to clip 100 clips in like 20 seconds of this actively happening. But they don't have these clips because this is not actively happening. Okay.
On the TV and see the president of the United States do the very same thing, you'd think maybe you'd been drinking ayahuasca. You'd see Joe Biden say things like this.
History has thrust one more urgent task on us. Will we be the generation that finally wipes out the stain of racism from our national character? We've all seen the knee of injustice on the neck of black Americans. Racism, nativism, fear, demonization have long torn us apart. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child, when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street. Domestic terrorism from white supremacists is the most lethal...
This incredible anti-white agenda. Oh my God, who will stop Biden from... What the... He's just...
terrorist threat in the homeland.
If I were your daughter, what advice would you give me the next time I am stopped by the police?
If you were my daughter, you'd be a Caucasian girl and you wouldn't be pulled over.
White supremacy is the most lethal threat to the United States. White people are the threat. They are evil and they are dangerous. That's not just his.
No, I can't believe I'm defending Biden. Biden is saying that there is discrimination against black people in absolutely every single quote you have just shown us, my dear friend. What the fuck does that have to do with anti-white hate, my bro?
Seen our president making that one statement.
There you go. You got me to defend Biden. Holy shit.
That is the people in charge of the country reinforcing that statement and that theme every single day of the year, not just by their words, but with their deeds. What is this? Why does no one mention it's happening? Why does anyone who does mention it's happening get attacked as a white supremacist for complaining about racism? And maybe more important,
exactly as you were saying in your 300,000 view video, how come only white countries have to be diverse? Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? I'm a white woman and have been pulled over for minor traffic violations. That means I have just debunked disbalanced treatment of black people by cops, because I have also been once stopped by a police officers. What an embarrassment of a president. There's not a damn thing wrong with being white. Yes, brother. Yes, brother. Yes, brother. Over here from the Balkans, I encourage pure whiteness indeed. DEI didn't earn it. Jared Tyler has been discussing this for 30 years. American Renaissance. America has become a dichotomy between those who can afford to hire a lawyer and those who can buy a judge. Diversity in Obama. That's why we are here. Obama! Obama! How dare you bring us here, Obama! Obama, goddammit!
where does it go? Is there any other ending to the story but hurting people physically? Lots of people. Could we have a resolution that doesn't look like Rwanda? Jeremy Carl is an author who's thought a lot about this. He's got a brand new book called The Unprotected Class, How Anti-White Racism is Tearing America Apart.
Who will think of the whites, the unprotected class? Calling whites a class, additionally to this, fully continues to dilute the conversation that we should all be having, which is the class dichotomy, which through proper non-liberal or non-class exclusionary analysis completely connects between the two. But no. Whites are a class now, and they are being discriminated, my brothers and sisters. And I'll kill all wits out. That's so deep and funny.
Joins us now. Jeremy, thanks so much for coming on.
Oh, he got him on. He got on. Yeah, baby.
So
so much for having
it
me,
may
Tucker.
be an advantage or maybe a disadvantage of being a little bit older that this is like the one thing you never thought, or I never thought you would see in America, which is our leaders openly attacking people on the basis of their race just 60 years after the Civil Rights Movement that supposedly taught us the opposite lesson in the Civil Rights Act. So how did this happen, do you think?
Yes, this is the same as back when black people didn't have civil rights. Now, they don't let white people into the bus. They don't let the white people into the same toilet as the blacks. They reject to hire white people because they are white. It is absolutely the same. Yes. It is. Martin Luther King is doing a helicopter spin in his grave from how much he's spinning. Yes, indeed.
Well, it's an interesting question, right? And I think you just hit on a key point, which is 60 years. We are as far now from the Civil Rights Act as they were basically from the Wright brothers. So there's been a lot of time that's kind of got a lot of water under the bridge since that time. And a lot of things have happened. And I think it was begun with very sincere intentions. But I think rather quickly, certainly 10, 20, 30 years down the line, it got really hijacked to the point that
so many white people all over the place are being hanged for being white. So many white people are being falsely accused of rape because they are white. So many white people are not allowed to buy property in particular places because they are white. So many. I mean, a lot of white people were arrested the other day for protesting a genocide over in Palestine. Is this the sort of anti-white we are talking about? The anti-white of we stop ignoring your race even as hardcore racist pigs when you are not on our fucking side of preserving the status quo, and in this case preserving an ongoing fucking genocide. That's when we start discriminating against so-called whites, because we no longer consider them whites, because at this point they are only the enemy and not our fellow white brothers sisters.
went from trying to treat people equally to what has eventually amounted to reverse racism.
Reverse racism. I can't drop this microphone, but it is one of the first classics. Okay, we need to do a classics count. Thank you very much, Lord Toe Basil, for the sub. Thank you kindly. Welcome, my friend. We need to do a count. So we had Martin Luther. What about Martin Luther King? Don't judge by race. Now we're judging by race. And now let's hear the other ding 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 ding.
Trying to treat people equally to what has eventually amounted to reverse racism.
Reverse racism. Ding, ding, ding. Number 2. Let us go. Woo, we are on a roll, baby. Come on, Tucker. You can do better than this. My man. Come on. You can do better than this.
Right. Or just, I guess I would just call it racism because it seems like.
Okay. He fixed it. My boy. He never disappoints, man. He never fucking disappoints, okay? Oh, let me fix this mic. Make it look more like a phallic object that I'm stroking. I mean, you see, guys, I could have gotten any type of microphone, but I specifically got a white microphone. This is, my phallic object has to be white. This is my internal white insecurity speaking, okay? My large, thick phallic object that I speak into as a profession has to be white.
Standard would remain the same, no matter the race of the person being discriminated against. You can't attack people, you can't punish people for the color of their skin, for how they were born.
Yes, I agree. Now show me where there is large-scale discrimination against whites, where there is institutionalized discrimination against whites. Please show me, my dear friend.
So, that seems like a pretty easy principle to uphold. It's pretty straightforward.
Well, I would agree with you, Tucker, but it's, nonetheless, we're really seeing throughout, and this is what I really wrote the book about, throughout many different areas of endeavor, and whether that be when we're looking at how crime gets talked about, to what's going on in Hollywood, to the educational system and monuments coming down and everything you could imagine.
Yeah, the horrors of Hollywood having more black people, statues of insane colonialists going down. This is really hurting the everyday white man. We are so discriminated. God damn it, there's so many blacks in the fucking movies and the statues are going down. Like, he can't even think of other, examples. He can't, use one example of, a insane black person that went in and, specifically targeted 30 white people that they shot. But if we talk about insane white people doing that to black people, we would be here for 3 fucking months. Speaking of being here and experiencing things we don't want, an ad is going to play in exactly 20 seconds, ad that I cannot avoid because that is how Twitch works and how Twitch makes money. You do not want to watch them. I know you don't want to watch them. You want to watch me. You want to watch me shit on white people, specifically Tucker Carlson and this thumb-looking motherfucker. And for only $5 a month or for free through Prime, you can help me continue doing it while having an adless experience. Click that button and don't watch the ad, which is playing in 20 seconds. Thank you kindly.
Kind of the white person is kind of the great enemy. It's the kind of the evil guy in 1984. The kind of 2 minutes of hate we have to have against him. The Emmanuel Goldstein figure kind of is the white person in particularly the Democratic Party's discourse today.
What's interesting though is that typically when you see these moments of scapegoating, which are clearly kind of inherent to people. I mean, they pop up in every society at every time through history. Like, there's something in people that wants to separate a small group and blame all its problems in that group.
A new child soldier.
But it's usually it's the minority, of course.
Thank you, Westergom. Thank you, Westergom89 for the sub, and thank you very much, Mousy Nano, for the sub and supporting my evil anti-white hatred. Welcome to the community, my beauties.
Subscriber.
Maybe it's going to take a while, just maybe, in a country that has been quite literally built on white supremacy for issues and jabs based on whiteness being thrown around to disappear when you have literally only started to answer the questions of systemic discrimination and racism against non-white people 50, 60 years ago. Surprise, surprise, it takes history a while for people to come back together after 2-3 centuries of hardcore discrimination. And us as white people, even though, my ancestors never fucking enslaved anybody and I don't live in the United States, but okay, let's put me in the group as well, need to be, a bit more quiet on this topic because of just how much insane, unhinged shit was done by people of our skin color in the past. And this will eventually be resolved, just like all things are resolved. But until we get there, this is not something that we should be running around and being pissy about, okay? Especially as actual discrimination is continuing against people of color, especially in the United States of America. Speaking of which, thank you very much, Kyber Death, for the 3-month sub. Thank you very much. Very kind of you.
The persecuted minority. Whites are still, for at least as of today, probably change soon, of course, but they're still the majority in the country. So, have you ever seen anything like that happen?
I haven't, Tucker. It's kind of amazing to watch because this is...
What happened? They didn't say what happened. They said it's in Hollywood and they're bringing down monuments, and this is anti-white hatred. What is happening? What šta se dešava? Jebem vam mater.
There's still a 58% majority. It's no longer a majority of the under 18, but of adults, it's still a solid majority. It's a super majority of our voters still in every presidential election.
Yeah, and maybe that's a problem that whites have, that like if you're like 1% mixed with anything else, you're not white. It says a lot about white identity as a concept of absolute purity. Like, race is a fucking concept. And if you want whites to increase, start categorizing more people as white and the problem goes away. And that literally shows just how insane of a concept by itself it is. Like you get to define who white people are. So white people define only the purest of so-called whites as white. And then there's less whites because they define whites in this incredibly strict manner. And then they're pissed that there's no more whites. But you said that nobody gets to be white. Except this very specific group of people that get to be white. And then there's less whites. And you're like, holy shit, why are there less whites? Because you made the definition of being white extra hard in a fucking diverse country.
Although just barely in the last presidential election. And yet they've become this figure of hate. And it's really been kind of fascinating and disturbing to watch and to kind of think about why that happened. And one of the things I suggest in my book is that really ultimately this is a legitimizing ideology for ultimately resource transfer and resource confiscation. And that takes the form of some of this reparations conversation or land back or some of these other things. And they sort of start out on the extreme left and everybody goes, oh, well, that's silly. That's never going to happen. And then all of a sudden...
conversations are about land back are now, for some reason, anti-white and racist conversations about, hey, our country is based on colonialism and literally the most successful genocidal project to have ever existed, where we quite literally wiped a whole ethnicity off the face of the earth. So more radical conversations such as, hey, maybe land back, which are completely to be expected when, again, your whole country is founded on the principles of mass murder and extermination. So those conversations are always going to be brought up because that's what your fucking house is literally probably on a ground that has like 7,000 fucking Native American corpses underneath it. And that is going to be brought up. Of course that is going to be fucking brought up. How is that anti-white talking about history and talking about maybe how do we repair the past actions of colonizers? The only reason we are calling white is because because white people made such a big deal of white people being different than the other group. Like, you made this problem for yourselves. God fucking damn it, fucking sit in the fucking chair for a second. It's not you being discriminated. It's not even you being called out. They're just like normal, like basic fucking viewing of how history impacts our current identities and how we see each other. Doesn't make like modern day white people de facto evil and bad because of what their forefathers did. No, of course not. But that does not that does not stop people from bringing up what white people that you yourself define yourself as have done in the past. That is not saying that white people today are fucking insane. That is just saying, holy shit, you guys who define yourself as white did many insanely fucked up shit in the past on this fucking continent. And that is why we are talking about it. That in no way says that you're the... but you stop...
it is happening and you're a racist if you think it's a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, of course it's happened and it's still happening in other countries. Rhodesia became Zimbabwe and the whites were killed and their land was taken and their money stolen. And it's happening in South Africa right now.
What? And why were the whites there? What was the land was stolen? Okay, great example, Tucker. I started this by saying like that you're the smart right winger. God damn it, dude! Fucking what the fuck, man?
Oh, of course we're not supposed to look at it, but it is happening actually. I wonder why the majority is putting up with it.
And yeah, the left's insane anti-white racism in the United States. Let's mention 2 African countries. Again, keyword fucking African countries.
Well, that's a good question, Tucker. And I can't even...
Rhodesia, la 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 la.
I don't have a perfect answer for that myself. And ultimately, one of the main reasons I wrote this book is because I don't think anybody should be putting up with it, regardless of race. I mean, we shouldn't have, we shouldn't be putting up with racial discrimination in our society in 2024. But
yes, and all the examples of racial discrimination that you've mentioned is Hollywood movies, statues, and people talking about land back. Man, I would give my right arm to have your problems, my dude.
I think, kind of white people, it's like a Stockholm syndrome almost, where they're like
hardcore anti-Serbian Serbian discrimination in Bosnia after the war. Oh my God, who will think of the Serbs? And hardcore anti-Bosnian discrimination against Bosnians in Bosnia because of what they also did to the Serbs. Oh my God, who will think of the Bosnians? No, in the Balkans, we don't fucking frame it this way because it's absolutely fucking insane. We say, fucked up shit, your group did fucked up shit, my group did back in the day. Let's try and look at each other as normal fucking human beings in the eye without forgetting what unfortunately is historical fact of some shit that my people did to yours and vice versa. And then we continue with our fucking day. We don't call it incredible discrimination against one ethnicity because we But that's again because of the fucking insane definition of whiteness that you have in your country from the get-go.
In a hostage mode in terms of some of the ways that they're thinking, where they sort of are in love with their captors, and they're not able to kind of accept what's going on. And particularly on the left, it's this sort of notion that because
white people, Hakeem, but South African, there you go. We got a South African in chat. One of my favorite ones. White people here own 80% of the land while being less than 10% of the population, land that they slaughtered us while stealing. No, you don't know what you're talking about, Hakeem, but South African. There is great discrimination of the 80% land-owning population in the country. That's who's being fucked over, exactly. Thank you very much for the 100 bits, Rom.
Because we, of course, like every nation, have had an imperfect past, that white people have some hereditary blood guilt. And I think the balance of American history...
Hereditary blood guilt. It's not hereditary blood guilt to just fucking... It's not guilt to say that people that identify the same way as you did some fucking bad shit in the past. Nobody feels like guilty for it. You're unhinged if you to an extent do. What you're doing is you're accepting the fact that your privileges, racial privileges, are based on a lot of fucking atrocities which did what? They did happen. That is not self-hatred. That is reading a history book. You don't have to hate yourself for being German, for the Germans doing what we all know the Germans fucking did. You need to look at it through a normal fucking person's perspective and say what my forefathers did was absolutely fucking unhinged. And because of that, unfortunately, I get to sit and take some jabs from people from ethnicities and countries that my forefathers fucked up. That is not you hating your Germanhood. Even though that's a completely different conversation because Germanhood is an actual ethnic and cultural category, while white is what you fuckers invented and gate-kept so hard, and now are complaining about people who were gate-kept from it, from shitting on it. Thank you very much, Cole Sarah PLS for the resub. Yes, 4 months, beautiful. Thank you very kindly. Welcome back.
Just shows that that's a really myopic and childish way to look at our history and our country.
Well, it's demonstrably absurd. If America is so racist, if systemic racism is such a barrier, then why are non-white people moving here by the millions? So obviously that's silly. But it's a little weird to say that you hate whites, but you need to live in a country founded by whites whose systems are Anglo systems. Like that. I mean, maybe I'm being too logical here, but it doesn't make any sense.
No,
it's a little weird to say that you hate whites, but you need to live in a country founded by whites whose systems are Anglo systems. Like that. I mean, maybe I'm being too logical here, but it doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't.
The ding, 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 another system. Hey, you're coming to a white man's country, so you really like how the white man has established this country, and yet you hate whites, but you really want to live in an Anglo state, etc., etc. That doesn't even... It is an Anglo state because the Anglos came and killed everybody who was there and took it and then built a massive empire the size and wealth we have never seen before on the bodies and natural resources of both the Native American population and many populations around the world. The reason you're rich is because you took and you took and you took as a system and a state, not as a people. And now people want to go there because everything else, at least most places in the world, are a borderline fucking barren wasteland. They're not coming there because they want to live in sophisticated white culture, but because you took all the shit. All the shit's there. So they want to go to the shit, not to fucking what Chick-fil-A and cookies and tea.
I mean, it points.
No. As we all know, people migrate because they want to live in civilized white countries. That's the main reason we want to go there.
Because some of the absurdity here, and you also touched that, of course, people from all sorts of different backgrounds are clamoring at the door. We're right now dealing with this, of course, with illegal immigration. And even if you look at some of these groups, and again, something I discuss in the book, there are all sorts of non-white ethnicities in this country among immigrants and amongst...
And the whole point of the United States is like one of the rare positives is an actual international, to an extent, project, even though, everybody's being discriminated against, et cetera, et cetera. But it's because it's international, and those people can feel less as a foreigner there than if they migrate to, like, I don't fucking know, Macedonia, where it's just Macedonia is a bad example because it's a lot of Albanians, but to Greece, where it's just mostly Greeks, and then, you don't really have any international community there, and, the Greeks are going to notice that you're not Greek. They're going there also because it's very international, because of the very, it is, America de facto has American culture, okay? Not Anglo-Saxon culture, not white so-called culture, etc., etc. It's got this thing that you created because it became a melting spot between so many people, so many peoples and cultures, even as you have actively tried to stop it from becoming such.
Citizens
but no, they're moving there because it's America is white. Dude, tell any fucking proper fucking white European about America being white, they'll fucking die laughing and fall off the chair.
Which particularly among Asian American groups, but not exclusively. I mean, if you were to even look at Nigerian Americans, or particularly Igbo Americans, for example, they would have an average higher income than the average white American. And so this kind of notion that whites are sort of on the top is really a selective editing of any story, no matter how true, that belies that, or any statistics that belie that. It's one of the reasons you actually see Asian American.
Yeah, no, that happens because people get a better education locally, and then only the most educated and the most wealthy from the get-go, from, for example, the Igbo people from Nigeria, end up migrating to the United States and end up getting better jobs. Maybe your conversation needs to be about bettering the education system in the United States, which will elevate people to a level of professionalism that those people from these developing countries not necessarily can afford. Your very own white so-called Anglo-Saxon culture that you were previously defending gets cucked by immigrants who come and take your jobs because they're better at doing it. So maybe improve this Anglo-Saxon culture, or maybe, I don't know, listen to these Igbo people from Nigeria coming in and how they educate their own people and implement that into your culture. But no, that would be betraying the Anglo-Saxon fucking method and betraying your whiteness, which again is a fucking idiotic fucking concept. Speaking of idiotic concepts, here on Twitch, ads play every 20 to 30 minutes, and one will play in exactly 30 seconds. That is called Anglo-Saxon culture on Twitch. If you want to fight Anglo-Saxon culture on Twitch and support the great Balkan imperialism proposed by Ugopnik himself for $5 or for free through Prime, support our great genocide against white culture in the name of Balkanoidness. Morakia and Rakia for all. Thank you.
Frequently
eliminated
from these comparison sets when they're talked about, because it doesn't tell the story that the left wants to tell.
Well, it's just a lie. I mean, the Labor Department collects these stats, and you could say, well, maybe they're fake stats. Tell me how they're fake. But they've been, this trend has been going on a long time. I don't know if native-born whites are in the top 10 for income, actually, groups, but they're not near the top of the top 10, that's for sure. I've seen the numbers, I just saw them. So you're lying if you say that. So there's that. But again, I want to get back to the core question, which is, why would anybody put up with this? If this were happening to people from Madagascar, I would be as against it as I am now. But it's particularly weird that the people whose ancestors founded the country are putting up with it. I hear all the time young people say, well, I can't really get a job. I have no expectation of working in a big company because I'm a white male. It's like, why would you accept that? Like, if you're 22, what did you do to deserve that? And what does it say about your country that it's doing it to you? Like, why do people put up with that for a second?
I agree, Tucker. I mean, and I wrote.
But you do not ask why black men, when answering in the same way as this hypothetical white guy, why they have to put up with this shit and do something about it. Then it's holy shit, you're betraying white culture that has bred and fed you. You're a fucking traitor to what underpins American society, and that is whiteness. But we don't ask those. We only ask the guys that are potentially losing their privilege of just being handed fucking jobs just because they look like the boss. But I'm doing easy fucking gotchas here. It's too fucking easy. Tucker, I expected better. Expected more from this video. Some actual interesting conversation. But no.
This book because I didn't understand that either. And the only thing I can come up with, or not the only thing, but the leading kind of hypothesis I can have is that
yeah, the space ferret. We're so oppressed that we need to talk about it to thousands of people in our own media platform. Yeah, that's funded by fucking, tens of millions of dollars.
A lot of people have kind of been so brainwashed by a lot of the propaganda from the left that they're just simply not aware of some of the realities here. And so what I've tried to do in the book is just to detail the enormous number of ways.
And Nigerians, are literally 0.1% of the American population, and I love how every time they mention the income and they mention like actual economic class, like the only thing we should be using the word class to refer to, they're comparing income levels on average between ethnicities, but they're not talking about wealth accumulation, wealth hoarding, the disbalance between owners and employees. No, we don't talk about this. We don't talk about this because that is commie bullshit. We only got to concentrate on why the people that don't look like me make more money sometimes than me.
Throughout many.
It's as if they're doing right-wing propaganda. This is absolute shocking, incredible. Guy who wrote a book about white discrimination is going to say this. Holy shit, chat. We are so shocked.
Many different areas of endeavor right now where whites are being discriminated against. And to say, hey, guys, we shouldn't be putting up with this. Why are we putting up with this? We certainly wouldn't put up with it if any other group were being discriminated against in this way. So why do we not have the self-respect to kind of stand up for ourselves?
In what way? We are still waiting to hear in what way they are being discriminated against.
Well, I couldn't agree more. And it's not that we wouldn't be putting up with it if any other group was.
Thank you very much, Ranka, for 200 bits. Unlimited destruction on the white labor aristocracy by the left. Meanwhile, the grifters all collecting stock dividends by tens of thousands. Exactly, my friend.
Being discriminated against is that other group would not be putting up with it. And you see that. And there are groups that just won't put up with it. And I say that with admiration. Because why would anyone put up with racism? Especially since anti-racism, being against racism, is our state religion. So, I mean, how paradoxical.
Your state religion is capitalism, and capitalism will eventually even fuck you over with your great, great white identity. But if capitalism is in crisis, it will very much so militarize this white identity the way our beautiful man, Tucker Carlson, up in here is doing in order for working class, black, Latino, white, everything, men, women, and NBs, from looking at the actual class dichotomy and concentrating on this fictitious hatred of the majority in the United States.
That in a country where the one thing you can't be is racist, that anti-white racism is enshrined in law, custom, and culture, and no one mentions it.
I agree. It's mysterious. And I think one of the encouraging things is when I started to write this book a couple years ago, and when I started even more thinking about writing this book a few years before that, a lot of this stuff felt very taboo to even mention, even though it's obviously, as you just noted, it's obviously self-evidently true, and therefore it shouldn't be taboo at all. And I think one of the encouraging things is that we're beginning to see people, and you've really been a stalwart on this, but there have been other folks in the media environment, folks like Matt Walsh and Charlie Kirk, and there have been politicians, guys like J.D. Vance, who are kind of
Matt Walsh and Charlie Kirk,
subscriber.
The literal ultra racists that are fighting against anti-white discrimination, and Tucker Carlson as well. Great citations, my brother in Christ. Thank you very much, Gurky Outeno 34S for the sub with Prime. Welcome, my beautiful.
Kind of now speaking up, and they aren't just saying like, hey, it's fine. You can just go discriminate against white people and that's fine. We're not going to say anything, or we're going to be too cowed. We're going to be too intimidated. I've really seen an improvement in the dialogue just in the time even I've been writing this book. But at the same time, there's still a long way to go before we really...
That is the beauty of right-wing rhetoric. You can just talk about like a fictitious fucking thing, and you can have two guys like shaking their heads and being like, yes, completely agree, man. This is really happening. This is absolutely really, really, really happening. And everybody's going to jump on board. Like, immediately, yeah, man, it's fucking absolutely fucking happy. Yeah.
Kind of reach a point.
Let's go clock back in and love my boss because he said we're family, you know. We got to concentrate on the blacks being hired instead of me.
Where we can have a candid conversation about this stuff that is actually based on reality rather than a left-wing fantasy.
I guess what...
My brother's talking about fantasies. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Off. He's not to kink shame, but my boy is like 100% into cock and ball torture. 100%.
What bothers me a little bit is that, the justification for hurting whites has always been effectively a species of the reparations argument. Like, whites have hurt other people.
Thank you very much, Romka, again for the 200 bits. Tucker Carlson, America's chief anti-fascist like Dugin in my homeland. Exactly, yeah.
Well, therefore, it's their turn in the barrel or something like that. You need to make up for something that your ancestors did, I guess. But
No, nobody's talking about making up for anything. Just accepting that it happened. Accepting that it happened. That is not anti-white discrimination. It's just accepting that it happened. It's not anti-German discrimination to say that they were fucking Nazis. It's just not whitewashing history. There's a reason we have white in whitewashing. God.
I guess kind of works, sort of, maybe if you're talking about the majority. But the second whites are no longer in the majority, and that's going to happen very, very soon, maybe already has happened. We don't know because we don't know the real population numbers because of illegal immigration. But we're right on the edge of the whites not being the majority. Like, at that point...
Again, because you yourselves defined what white is. I'm running in circles at this point.
Do whites get to say, well, now I want, some advantage in college admissions. Now I want my kids to go to Harvard for free, and I want government contracts in a preferential way. Like, what happens then? Or does the anti-white hate just get louder?
Well, that's the concern. And I think one of the things, again, I talk about in the...
I mean, there is no real parallel that you can make with this. I mean, I could make a joke, if like 5 million whites emigrate to China and, 2 decades pass and they become like 30 million whites and the Chinese are discriminating against its white population, and they can't get into colleges and so on. And China says, okay, we need to address this in some way. So we give a bit more leeway to white Chinese people entering universities. Would that be ethical or not? Of course, I believe it would be ethical to a very great extent. But the comparison is mute and cannot really be applied because China did not build its state on mass murder, genocide, and racism and slavery. That is the context, my dude. That is the context. That is America's culture. That is America's status quo. That is the people on whose backs the country was also built, including not only by the white settlers and so on. Therefore, it's like you can't really make allegories about, as he says, if in Madagascar this was happening, I would also be making the same point. Because Madagascar wasn't created the same way that the fucking United States was created. You cannot make these fucking parallels.
The book is, we are essentially moving, as you just alluded to what is effectively a post-white America. Now, how quickly we get that depends on whether Joe Biden ever decides that he's going to shut the border and whether the Republicans are ever actually going to do anything if he continues to refuse to. But we're headed in that direction. And so then the question becomes, when you look at the history of multi-ethnic countries where you have unequal resource distribution and whatever else, that is a recipe historically, not in every case, but in many, many cases, for violence. And so that should be of great concern to us.
Yeah,
and again, I'm not...
And why? Because you're afraid that when you become the minority, they will treat you the same way you treated them. If you weren't afraid of that, you wouldn't give a shit about who the minority or majority is. So maybe if you care about the interests of so-called white people, you should create a society in which, I don't know, this might be mind-blowing. This is like absolutely mind-blowing. I'm about to solve all of the world's problems. Maybe don't actually have a system, a hierarchical system of discrimination based on ethnicity. And then when the guys you're oppressing become the majority, won't have anything to go and revenge. But hey, hey, I don't know, living in a fucking utopia here.
I didn't write this book with the notion that, hey, we just are writing this for white people and white people should be the only one caring about it. Every American who is interested in living in what is going to be a multi-ethnic country that gives hopefully equal rights to everybody should be concerned about this issue, because if we don't treat a very large group fairly, then there are going to be some people who just say, I'm not going to put up with that. And who knows where that leads, but not anywhere good, I wouldn't think.
Well, and you already see it at the margins. You don't want people to be radical.
I mean, we've seen where it leads. In the United States, it led to the civil rights movement, and they earned their rights. Even though you're still discriminating the shit out of them and you fucking kill them on the streets daily because they just look different, to an extent, they earned, through popular revolt and revolution to an extent, and reform, they've earned them. And that is a mechanism that you whites as a minority one day, I guess, can use as well. That is what can happen, and that is what has happened if you want to use fucking historical precedent. But no, of course, they want to use South Africa and Rhodesia as a historical precedent for what happens when the whites start getting discriminated, even though that context is completely fucking different.
Radicalized. You don't want people to...
This whole piece is pretty much about, have you considered eugenics? Exactly.
Have to be radicalized along racial lines because they're irresolvable. Opinions change, skin color doesn't. So if we have any kind of race conflict, it can go on for many generations, and has, of course. But I think about South Africa, which in 1994, when it...
Of course. There we go. This is the classic. Like, this is screaming at white people in the United States, saying that if you do not outbreed the mother, if you do not only exclusively breed with your own subspecies, the other subspecies are going to be the majority and they're going to do fucking heinous things to you. And why do you deeply know that they're going to do that to you? Because you think they're the same as you and will do to you what you have done to them. Okay, you need to be inherently racist. Like, you, unironically, this is like you have to be inherently racist and inherently believe in core differences between ethnicities to think that if they become the majority, they will do violence on you only because they are the majority. This only comes from being ideologically informed on the relations between ethnicities as one of dominance and submission. If you believe that race is so important that it only manifests itself, and culture is so important that it only manifests itself as one of superior majority stomping of the inferior minority, the only ideological conclusion that you can have is that when that minority becomes a majority, they will do the same thing to you. So it's de facto, it's just this whole premise is de facto race essentialist, and therefore, by race essentialist, I mean like thinking that race is a thing, okay, will de facto make you the one who suffers. It's just racist. This is just like old school racism with fancier words.
Was handed voluntarily to the ANC had nuclear weapons. And now parts of the country don't have consistent electricity. So the ANC's totally destroyed the country. It's a black party. And yet they're still blaming whites, the small minority of South Africans who are whites, for all the problems. And so you're thinking, well, if that's the future here, like, that's very grim, I think.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm not so dire. I don't think, fortunately, things are so dire here that we're likely to wind up in a South African situation where they can't even keep the power on. But I do worry that we may be Brazilianizing our society, where you essentially have a few people kind of at the very top living with guards, kind of under a lot of security, and things are maybe kind of good for them. And everybody else is sort of, in a much worse sort of situation. And you kind of have
capitalism.
Certain types of very polarizing racial politics beginning even to emerge in Brazil as well. So I think, I'm not worried that we're going to turn into South Africa tomorrow because of that. But given America and given our history and traditions and the great beacon of freedom and opportunity that we've been for everybody.
Brazil mentioned, Brazil up in chat, Brazil mentioned, yeah.
To even take a step in that direction is just something that we should do everything that we can to hopefully avoid.
Yeah, I mean, I should say about Brazil.
And you can avoid it by creating a more just society where your actual labor results in your actual accumulation of wealth.
Brazil Brazil's had a pretty pyramid-shaped economic system for a long time, and I don't think that's a good thing. You want a middle class. But Brazil's a multiracial society, like way more than the United States. A lot of people from different ethnic groups, who intermarry and always have for hundreds of years. They haven't had, until pretty recently, like the last 10 years, hardcore American-style race politics. These have been economic arguments, which I think are fine to have, because your economic system can be changed with one piece of legislation. Your race can never be changed. So I don't understand the difference ideologically between, just ideologically, leaving aside resources and history and all that stuff, but like the ideas of like the Barack Obama Democratic Party seem identical to the ideas of the ANC or Malema in South Africa. Like is there a difference that you see?
Well, I don't think there is. We're not yet at the kind of kill the Boer chant level of overt racism in South Africa that they have, although we're kind of heading maybe in that direction.
There was a book last year on Amazon. It was a bestseller. It was like Eliminate Whites. I mean, that was the name of the book, written by some Indian guy. What?
It's crazy. And I think certainly there's a lot of concern that we should have about the situation that we're in right now. But I'm not necessarily of the view that it's going to be quite as bleak as it currently is in South Africa. But what I do see is that some of this rhetoric is just incredibly toxic from the Democrats, that the direction that they would like to go is really of a sort of racial caste system, and that what we're going to kind of do as a result of that is going to be something that would be very, very bleak for every American. But
he's glitching. Like, he has no more points to make. Carlson is trying to push him into harping more on the Brazil question and more extreme ideas of, oh my God, we're gonna be executed like the South African farmers, yeah. But the guy is just like, his Venus is in retrograde. He's just fucking my NBC brain cannot process.
Certainly for white Americans,
the Dems bad. They be pushing whites to be lower in caste system.
Most of all, and again, we've got to start calling them out on this, because until if we were letting them get away with these sorts of lies of kind of police racially targeting African Americans and
oh yes, the famous lie that the police in the United States is not racially targeting African Americans.
America's history is nothing but violence and racism. Then
point at a part of it which was not deeply embedded in violence and racism. Please point. Let's see it.
It's going to be very, very bleak in terms of what things are going to look like in the future of this country.
And my last question, since I know you've thought about this more deeply than anyone probably, do you see this accelerating, or do you foresee, I'm saying prayers for this, a future where we're not like talking about race that much because it's not that interesting, and we're talking about the things that unite us and the ways to make the country better? Like, it does seem like this election year may be a potentially turning point or an acceleration.
Yeah, and the people on the so-called left that you harp on so much are trying to do exactly that by concentrating on class and class discrimination, which unites absolutely everybody, not dependent on gender, creed, or ethnicity, because that is the real eternal problem that underpins and underlines and connects absolutely every single inch of these problems. But no, and one can make a very valid argument that both the conservatives and liberals, which are the entirety of the political establishment of the United States of America, want to harp on race and will continue to harp on race more and more, because again, this is just a differing pathway towards forgetting the class question.
Which do you think?
Well, I think that the left is definitely accelerating. I mean, as it becomes less and less true to speak of any sort of white systemic racism, the left is just amping up their conversation about that, their rhetoric around that. At the same time, I think there is more resistance.
Просто бол moj život, jebote, trebam da gledam Jenkije kako se svađaju za njihova govna. Možda zamisliš kako mi je. To mi je posao, kontaš?
That I just touched on, and you and
Šta ja radim sebi, jebote? Za šta? Za 1000 subscribera. Ja imam ni 1000 subscribera, ja to radim sebi, je.
Others have really been...
Ne, hvala Bogu, daj Bože neko nešto nauči gore dole. Okay, ajde, pričamo o engleski. Yes, back to English, sorry.
In some ways at the forefront of that, which I'm very thankful for, but I kind of feel like the best case that's realistic is that, to use a kind of Cold War analogy, we move to what's called a mutually assured destruction, and that keeps us safe. So what the left has to understand is, when they use this type of racial rhetoric that is scapegoating whites, that is blaming everything on whites, that is saying white people are kind of the cause of all problems, or...
No, the left is not saying that. We're saying the capitalists. I don't fucking care if you're fucking pink, okay?
That are going on in this country, that they need to understand that there's going to be a very painful and direct political blowback to them for doing that. And that requires us to organize on our side to say, to actually arrange that type of blowback, to make them understand there are costs to that type of racist rhetoric that they're using. And then if that happens, they may say, well, okay, you know what? Maybe it's best that we kind of cool this off, that we don't use this type of rhetoric, that really what we want to do is sort of take...
But that's additionally insane because they do not necessarily use that type of rhetoric, because why is there still the fucking majority and the Dems want to be fucking elected? Like, the only thing that the Dems only in rhetoric but never in public policy touch on is, you know, cops be killing a disproportionate number of black people, and they address that, you know, we need to help fund schooling for minorities in developing neighborhoods more than what the fucking Republicans harp on. Like, these guys are inventing a left that doesn't exist in the United States. It's just a bunch of fucking liberals and conservatives throwing catchwords at each other, and nobody at the end of the day, not even people of color that are in politics, necessarily even care about this question, because that's not the question that gets them elected. It's if you actually want to touch on these subjects, you need to critique capitalism as a concept, as a system. The status quo is a system, and that is the only thing that is not allowed in political discourse in the United States. That's why it is, again, a two-party system, which is only really a one-party system, and that is the party of capital. And speaking of parties, the one thing that kills every party, just like this one we're going toots, 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 is fucking ad breaks. Continue this party, toots, toots, tootsu, for $5 or for free through Prime in the next minute, or you will be forced to watch an ad. Support the show and have an adless experience. Thank you for your consideration. Mwah, 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 mwah.
Race out of the public dialogue in this way. We're not going to scapegoat whites anymore, because we understand that creates a politically painful scenario for us as well. But to create that sort of thing, which I think would ultimately lead to racial peace and would allow us to talk about these things that, as you note, would be much more important and things that we should all be caring about far beyond race, we need to be a credible deterrent to them. We need to show that we're not going to put up with the sort of behavior that they've been engaging in. That's why I wrote my book, The Unprotected Class, and I sort of suggest in the book that ways that we can go to get there.
Man, I couldn't agree more. I remember watching the Republican governor of New Hampshire,
Wonderful,
Chris
a new
Sununu,
child soldier,
really an
subscriber.
awful person, but say that the problem with New Hampshire was there were too many whites in it. I remember thinking, is anyone else hearing this? You're attacking people who live there, whose ancestors have been there for 300 years. You're attacking them because of their skin color? Really?
Hey, this one person that said something. Finally, we have an example. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have an example of somebody attacking somebody only because they are white. And it's some guy in some fucking city. Oh my God, we all need to get our pitchforks. Speaking of pitchforks, thank you very much, Cloud Paw, for the sub, and the legendary Romka for the gifted community sub. That is fucking nice of you. That is 21st gift sub of Romka. Thank you very kindly.
Reelected by Republicans, and so I hope your book increases the sanctions on people who use racist ideas for political gain, because I think it's wrong.
Like
Tucker Carlson, 2024, Monday, 29th of April. I hope you attack people who use race for political purposes, because I think it is wrong. Tucker motherfucking Carlson. The guy who top 5 reasons why he got kicked out of Fox, because there were many, was that he was making too many anti-Semitic remarks. Yes, indeed.
I agree, and I appreciate having the opportunity to go on and talk about it with you, and appreciate all the work that you've done to really highlight this issue over the years.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine, by the way. You know what I mean? It's the principle that drives me crazy.
No,
but anyway.
I'm great. I'm glad, Tucker, that you mentioned that, because there's one of the things that they use to kind of try to shut us up is to say, oh, it's just whining. You must be a loser. You must have a terrible.
By the way, 950 fucking subs here, baby. You're gonna get the cat book. You are getting the motherfucking cat book for a second time today. Let us finish these fucking cringe lords and fucking party, baby. Let's get choo, motherfucker.
Life, if you're worrying about that. No, I actually have a fantastic life. Personally, I have a loving family. I'm really happy, 5 kids, but I'm looking at the future of our country, and I'm really concerned about the direction, and I'm concerned about my future for my kids, and not just for my kids, but for other kids of all different races in the U.S. I want them to grow up in a country of opportunity, in a land of opportunity for everybody, which was the country that I really grew up in, but I think in many ways is becoming less true for everybody now if you don't kind of check the right demographic boxes. And so that's why I wrote the book, and that's why.
Tucker and both this guy saying, after saying how whites are discriminated, they'd be like, man, I have a 10 out of 10 life, but this discrimination thing, we really should talk about it. But yeah, by the way, I have a 10 out of 10 life. Speaking about a 10 out of 10 life, I have a 10 out of 10 life thanks to beautiful subscribers such as yourself. Thank you very much, Romka, for the 100 bits. Let us salute the beautiful chat for 950 subs and growing. Eventually, we will get to 1,500. And for that, you get the motherfucking cat book up in this bitch, okay? This is a cat, this is a book, this is Yugopnik, and now I'm going to be showing you 3 to 5 revolutionary cats in the name of celebrating 950 subs. Thank you very, very kindly. Thank you very, very kindly. We start with an evil capitalist cat attacking an unsuspecting lumpen proletariat. Fucking rabbit! Yes, indeed! The fight between capitalists and lumpen proletariats also worked. But then, this fascist cat grew up and understood that talking about the discrimination of cats in a society that is majority land owning and majority capitalist whites who own it is not the right way to go. She is no longer fed by reactionary propaganda and chooses to engage with the proletarian revolutionary direction. And we welcome her and her future. Oh my God, that cat is fucking amazing. And her future generations, which will be fluffy. And even though they are white, they will be welcomed in the great revolutionary momentum of cats versus the rest of the world. For remember, the proletarian revolution of cats can only apply to cats. And then finally we have a big daddy cat. Look at that beautiful thick boy. Look at how beautiful and thick it is. Look at how beautiful and thick it is. There is no body discrimination in the great proletarian movement. The thick boys are as welcomed as the skinny boys and girls. Yes, indeed. And to this, we salute and we thank our beautiful, beautiful subscribers as we continue today's rhetoric. Oh, God. This always feels unhinged, but always feels very, nice, to get out of my body. Thank you very much, Romka, for the 300 bits. Okay, and with that being said, we are moving into, I guess, the later part of this stream as we completely deep dive into unhinged right-wingers. And our favorite, do you remember this guy? Because I remember this guy back when I think he wanted to be Korean. Yeah, he wanted to be Korean. And they're called Ollie London, okay? I don't want to misgender them by accident. So Ollie London, they wanted to be Korean, and that was the thing. And then under some fucking insane plot twist, they became like a fucking alpha male right-wing Christian guy, whatever the fuck that is. Okay, so let's look at this, because why not? Just let's point and laugh at the fucking insane one. Okay, let's see what the fuck is going on.
Cereal yesterday, I was just a stinky 25-year-old white guy. But today, I woke up as a 40-year-old Korean mother. No, I'm not going to do the stereotypical Asian eyes. That shit isn't funny.
Is that true? Sorry, Ollie London, plastic surgery debt got so high, he's now grifting for the right wing. That's a fucking plot twist I didn't see coming, baby.
It's racist, and racism is whack.
Guys, look at me. I'm Korean now. Because that's what it means to be Korean? Americans need help. Or British people. Is this person British? Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, this is what I live for. My beautiful Pokemon, please adjust the chat accordingly. Thank you, I love you. I mean the title.
Oh. So today we're going to explore the wondrous mind of Ollie London, where ethnicity...
Ollie London directly answered Tucker Carlson's question about what to do when whites become a minority. Just become the majority. Trans racism. Let's go. Like transracial, whatever the fuck these fucking insane people call themselves.
Gender, sexuality, religion, and even voice are just items you can buy at any store.
Yeah, true steal scares me as well.
Or once you're tired of the old insipid ones you have at home.
I hope you like my new voice, by the way, guys.
Now, you might know Oli London from 2 years ago when they decided to do a completely sane thing to transition from boring white British guy to South Korean K-pop star, with the help of a measly $270,000 and a shit ton of plastic surgery. But recently they have been popping up into the media again, because just as any respectable Pokemon,
Least unhinged right-wing grifter. True, true indeed.
London had several evolutions to unlock. Thus 1 year later, they decided to actually transition to become a trans woman and look like the Blackpink member Rose, which is still South Korean.
I should totally be the 5th member of Blackpink, and my new name is Rose London.
But just like any impulsive interest you instantly dedicate your entire life towards, it only lasted a few months. And so a couple of months ago, after transitioning to a South Korean woman, they decided to transition to the craziest possible kind of person. A white British guy. Which they announced in the best way possible. A self-proclaimed alpha male and British?
Holy shit!
Reminds me of this.
Holy shit! New gender just dropped. Alpha male. God, brother. What the fuck? But this is very fucked up because right wingers will not point at this guy because he, now he's a, alpha male right winger, but a lot will point and make fun of trans people in general because of somebody who's literally doing just unhinged fucking things. God.
Whose name,
which is dangerous and very disgusting and very fucked up and de facto transphobic, but yeah,
rhymes with Dandrew Fate. Now, ever since this detransition, all I goes by he/him pronouns again.
What's your pronouns? I'm a male. I'm a man. I'm a he.
I actually didn't know that until now, so I'll refer to him with those pronouns.
Okay, I was wondering. Okay, I'll refer as well as he. Okay.
For the rest of the video. And now that he goes by he/him again, he's been condemning transitioning, changing genders, and idolizing.
Jesus Christ, holy shit, fucking, oh my god. Trans people in chat, I didn't know you had your version of a race trader, but for trans people. What do you call this? Is there a word for this? A person who says that they are ex-trans and they betray the... What? We need a word for this, okay? It could be ollie. We could just use the word ollie. They're doing an ollie.
Soft man like Harry Styles? Hey, what did
yes, a turf, but we need to make it a more hardcore. I don't know.
My first long hair.
Race is just a DLC pack for ollie. A detransitioner grifter. Yeah, I guess that's yeah. There you go.
Inspiration due to you?
But we need something more, spicy.
Quantum physics, luckily you said
which is something this person has never eaten. Spicy, get it? Because, yeah, that was a very weak joke. I'm going to go and jump out of a window now.
Straight, all I shared an actual timeline. So he indeed went from white man to Korean woman, and eventually spent all that time and effort just to be right back where he started. And just like Andrew Tate switched up his religion to the Islam recently, Oli London as a true alpha followed in his leader's footsteps, but he switched his religion to Christianity instead.
Also praying for all the haters out there that have been sending me hate. I pray that you are forgiven for your sins.
Which upon hearing that, I rejoiced. Not because of any personal religious stance, no, but because as
we are saved, chat. He prays for us. We are saved.
Result, he started making content like this.
Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. On earth as it is in heaven, give us this day our daily bread, as we forgive those.
Let us go to a church and record how we pray. We are doing this for God, not for the fucking LARP. Indeed, indeed, indeed. This is a grind set to level 1 billion. This person changed 700 identities in the pursuit of what can be their grind, okay? This is capitalism, the human being, okay? Ollie, I mean, their name is close to oil. I'll just call him Oil, okay? Oil, capitalism, the human being.
Who trespass against us, and deliver us not into temptation, for thine is the kingdom forever and ever. Amen. Amen. to that, guys.
Look at the Bible, man. Look at my Bible.
Don't know why, but something about this dude making a TikTok where you're ASMR praying while you're in an actual cathedral holding the Holy Bible is just so funny to me. I truly hope this is their final Pokemon evolution.
Hey you guys, what's up? It's the new Ollie London, the straight version of Ollie London.
There's a new version? Fuck! I just paid $2,000 for the 256 Ollie London 13 Alpha Pro model.
But the DLC is incoming. Motherfucker treats himself the way Activision treats its games. You constantly need an expansion pack.
And I worked my ass off for it.
No more Korea, no more being Rose from Blackpink. It's the real me, guys. And my...
Ollie London is a toasty android, genuinely just addicted to cosmetic surgery. He says it's so easy to get gender-affirming surgery while describing how they had to go to a back alley doctor because the actual safety checks in place didn't allow him to get his surgeries. Jesus, fucking insane. Holy shit, fuck. I guess he needs help, man.
Wish for 2023 is to go...
Babe, wake up, new Ollie London dropped. If he wasn't doing the insane fucking, what do you want to call it, grind set shit, I probably wouldn't make fun of him. But like this, I'm sorry, but all guns are out. There is no mercy up in this motherfucker.
Go to the Philippines, find a beautiful Filipino girlfriend, and get married and have Filipino babies.
Wait, you mean British Caucasian Filipino babies, right?
Have Filipino babies.
No. He's not going to switch their ethnicity to Filipino now. Right, guys?
Star, a new character has been unlocked for 2023. Ollie London, the alpha male, straight, Pinoy version. And guess what, guys?
Holy shit, he's taking it up, man. He's embracing it. He's fully in the dark side, man. He's completely embracing it. Holy shit. Holy shit.
Guys, I will be coming to the Philippines to find a Filipino wife so I can officially become Filipino.
What? So he plans on becoming Filipino. And to do so, he wants to find a wife. Any wife from the Philippines. Doesn't matter who it is. She can be 18, 85, a Morgs fan. As long as she can bear his children. And he can marry her to get a green card. So it's...
Exactly, Antichrist. The whites are not okay. Yes, I said that sentence. Yes, Antichrist, the whites are not okay. This is what I do for a living now. But hey, 950 subscribers. Let's fucking go.
Basically like 90 Days Fiancé, but for the Philippines.
Are you real? Oh my god, you're so real.
And I really don't think he's joking. Ever since this announcement, his TikTok has been filled with stuff like... Now, since he's still in his alpha male arc, he will have to provide for his Filipino wife, right? I mean, otherwise he'd just be a submissive, smelly and beta male loser.
Before you know it, he will be fighting for the Revolutionary Army. I don't think we'll let him in.
Without much talent outside of seeking attention through their problematic main character syndrome.
This is Ollie from Ohio.
What will he do for work? Oh.
Every day, we stray further away from God. Hey, wake up, you Gobnik. You're on a stream. Yes, indeed. Yes, let's continue.
He's, starting a rapping career. As little Pinoy Oli. I know that's fine. He certainly looks like a most sophisticated lyrical mastermind rappers that grew up in the hood and had to, against all odds, climb their way from crippling poverty to self-made success. I'm sure the rapping community will embrace Ollie London with open arms. You know what? I'll even throw my towel in the ring, baby.
White, Korean, Filipino, cereal, shit don't matter. I spit bars like be real. Man, I grew up in the hood when I was little, struggling every month. The only candy at home was one Skittle. When I was 12 years old, my parents wrote a Christmas card where I wasn't mentioned. So now I'm stuck in my mind, trying everything for some attention. 16 years old, called my teacher Snoopy Hat and I got sent to detention.
Wait, what?
Now lying in my soupy bed, I decided to change ethnicity for cancellation prevention.
What?
See, I'm switching to the respectable black community. They got the best rappers and the word immunity.
No.
I got as big as biggest motherfucker, even bigger. And after all this time, I'll be excused from saying
Maybe I should just stick to YouTube.
I like
and
this guy so
all I
much.
should stick to what he does best, having way too much money and free time to do anything useful. Let's make obvious attention-craving TikToks at the expense of everyone's sanity. But maybe do so without the extreme racism. Oh, and no lie, you should also stop ridiculing dead celebrities.
Anything you want to say to Michael before you go, or anything, Michael, you want to say to Ollie?
You know, maybe me and Michael should go on a date.
Oh, what about that? Michael, we just set you up.
I haven't gone
Got a date, Michael?
20 years.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I haven't gone.
Thank you all for subscribing to become part of my cereal bowl so I can absorb all of your fibers and nutrients. And if you enjoyed this video, please...
Last time we learned about like insane Russian fucking trash streamers, and it opened a whole new universe to me. Now, I have learned that this is just like a content category of a person actively cutting their body and modifying himself so that he can basically make content. Like, dude, we make the fucking Romans going to the fucking thing and watching gladiators kill minorities look less unhinged by the day. Holy shit, I love the fucking internet. I'm not complaining. This is absolutely fucking incredible. There's an ad that's going to play in 1 minute 20 seconds. If you want to skip it and support the show, do consider becoming a subscriber. Thank you. Okay. Now, since we're talking about the internet, I saw this video and it seemed interesting, and it's called Every Level of the Internet Explained. So, what layer do you guys think we were just on? I think it's a pretty deep layer, though Ollie is relatively like mainstream, but it feels like you need like a special level of internet-induced insanity to be able to consume this the way I did and you chat did right now. Like, do you like from 1 to 10? How like deep internet do you think Ollie is? Like how like melted does your brain need to be by the internet for you to be able to like properly watch what we just watched without like watch it to the end without leaving the room? That low, from 1 to 10, a 3 or a 4? I would say a proper fucking 6, dude. That's some like stuff that, you know, if your mom will not be able to finish the video, it's a 3. If your normie grass-touching friends will not be able to finish the video, it's a 5. If your fucking, Twitter friend that is on Twitter nonstop cannot finish the video, it's a 7. And then, I don't know, if a fucking 4chan regular tunes out, it's a fucking 9. And I think Ollie is a strong 6. Like a Twitter guy can watch Ollie, but your normie friends cannot watch Ollie. So it's, I think, a strong 6. We agree with most of the motherfuckers. Okay. You're down from the coffee frenzy. Maybe time to definitely not drink something better. Thank you for the 100 bits. I overdid it over the weekend, but thank you for stimulating me into alcoholism. But yeah, I'll take a break. Maybe tomorrow I'll have some. But okay, let's go back. Please readjust the title, my beautiful, beautiful Pokemon. And we're watching Every Level of the Internet. This internet is very, very important. We will watch every layer of it. Indeed, indeed, indeed. So, let's watch some shitposts, shall we?
There's like a giant iceberg floating in the ocean. What we see on top.
Yeah, he has too much mainstream presence to be a 7. I agree. So a 6.
The part above the water is called the surface web, sometimes also known as the visible web, index web, or light net. To help you visualize it, imagine walking into a huge library where every book is easy to find thanks to a well-organized index. This part of the internet works in a similar way. It's the section we all see and use daily, filled with popular websites like YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and Reddit. These are the places we visit to watch videos, chat with friends, share photos, and read the news. So, if the surface web is just the tip of the iceberg, what?
Fuck Reddit being the top, man. I read it some of the most disgusting shit on this fucking, on the broadband, man.
Makes up the other 90% of the internet that lies beneath the surface. In the Burgy Web, you stumble upon things that are not on the everyday internet. This includes sites that might be banned from your standard search results, like piracy sites, where you can watch your favorite movies or pirate your favorite games. It's also where you might find websites blocked in certain countries. For example, if you're in China, where YouTube is blocked, or if you're in a country where the image board 4chan is banned, the Burgy Web is where you'll be able to find it. While these sites are literally nothing compared to what we talk about later, accessing the Burgy Web often involves more effort than just a simple search. You might need a specific software or know the exact web address, as these sites are not officially part of the searchable internet. For instance, unlisted YouTube videos are technically part of this space, as you can't search them up. The Burgy Web exists in kind of a gray area. It's not as dark or mysterious as the deeper levels of the internet, where slightly more illegal activities may occur. Now, the dark web is a mysterious and hidden part of the internet that most of us have heard of, but few truly understand. It's built on top of the regular internet we all use. To access the dark web, you need specific software, because the information and websites there are hidden and protected through encryption. This makes it a place where anonymity is a key feature, and it's why some people use it for privacy and others for slightly less noble activities. One of the main gateways to the dark web is through something called the Tor browser, provided by the Onion router or the Tor network. Imagine sending a letter through a maze of tunnels. Only the entrance and the exit points are known, but not the path in between. That's how Tor
Yeah, it's not about politics. It's just about the internet. Yeah, we're just watching some shit posts.
works to keep your internet journey almost impossible to trace, protecting your privacy with layers of encryption, much like an onion. Despite the promise of anonymity, the dark web...
Onion, nom 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 nom. Anybody in chat can like just eat a raw onion? I eat raw onions all the time. The long ones. What do you call the fucking long onion? What do you even... Long onion. Yeah, this one. Yeah, I just like, you cut off the top parts, like this person did. You cut off the top parts and you just take it and you dip it in salt. You dip it in salt, and while you're eating something, you just nom 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 nom, eat the whole thing. I can eat like 4 or 5 with a meal. The amount of heartburn you get is insane, but it's like good for you apparently. I don't know, natural antibiotics or whatever the fuck, and it like really boosts your appetite. It's really good. It's good for you. It tastes great. It boosts your appetite. It's pretty nice. Eat onions directly. Like, I don't know if I think Balkan-Dad, but does Balkan-Dad even exist? Balkan-Dad. Look, I'm even wearing the same thing I'm wearing now, baby. Yeah. Balkan-Dad onions. Onion. Yeah, how my Balkan-Dad eats soup. This is literally how I eat soup. This is literally how I eat soup. Like, unironically. I'm not trying to be a stereotype or whatever, but...
What? Shit. Better.
Exactly.
Oh.
What is the look, bre? What is the look, bre? Right about this for extra space. What is the look, bre, Ben? Onions. Fuck yeah. Dude, you take some. Why is this so loud? God damn it. You just take some, like, you cut up an onion like into square pieces. You put it in a bowl and you put some apple vinegar on it, and you mix it, and you have some feta cheese on the side, and you just bombona. I like Balkan-Dad. He's a funny man. He's funny, relatable man, indeed. Haha, Balkan people funny, very relatable. But where the fuck was his with the fucking onion, man? Balkan-Dad snacks part 2. How to wake up a Balkan-Dad. Iconic Balkan-Dad eating techniques. Oh yeah, learn, chat. Now we are learning things, okay? Okay, we're gonna go back to a regularly scheduled broadcast. Now I have to teach it.
Той ще свири, драги гости, само за вас. На китарата Васко жабата.
If you're using a board, you are immediately outcast, okay? Boards are for Westoids.
Той ще свири, драги гости, само за вас. Чуете мелодии, хора, народни песни, цигански ключеци, всички деца лесни. Чуете мелодии, хора, народни песни.
Oh, I disagree. No. Cucumber you cut in the middle. You take the whole cucumber and you cut the cucumber in 2 parts. And then you sprinkle salt and rub it in on both parts. And then you eat it like a long sandwich. Like a, like a, but you just bite it. Nom, 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 nom. And like extremely healthy, extremely non-caloric, and extremely tasty. Just when you need a snack and your fucking fridge is empty because we're all poor, take out the cucumber, cut the cucumber in half, like diagonally in half, and just a bunch of salt and rub it in. Dude, it is absolutely fucking insanely good.
Цигански ключеци, всички ти са лесни. Комбайна, вършачка, паламанте, трушачка. Комбайна, вършачка, паламанте, трушачка.
The nuts you gotta spin around, fucking classic. Okay, let's go back to the layers of the internet.
There's not a lot
Само
of
буџа влебац.
land. Law enforcement agencies are quite active in tracking illegal activities, shutting down websites, and prosecuting those involved in criminal acts. But no, merely walking into this secret room isn't illegal, but it's what you find inside that can lead you into trouble. It's like peeking into a cookie jar that contains all the illegal cookies. You're not doing anything wrong just by having a look. Now let's talk about what's actually on the dark web. It might surprise you to learn that personal information doesn't cost much there. Credit card details, online banking logins, and even accounts for services like Uber and Netflix can be bought for relatively small.
Holy chat. I have a fucking epic mod. Thank you, Red Phil. So here's an Excel I made ages ago for uni on the financing of Tor browser. It's mostly CIA. Holy shit. Okay, so this is how much money Tor browser has received from 19, and this is from 20 to 21. United States Department, holy shit. Heavily dependent on the U.S. government. Minimally dependent on the U.S. government. A singular sold NFT, Dreaming at Dusk. Holy shit, that NFT sold for a lot. Individuals and other funding. Other government donors, 700. Holy shit. I didn't know Tor was a fucking Yank project. There you go. You learned something new. Thank you very much, Phil.
Amounts of money. More serious items such as passports can fetch thousands of dollars. And most marketplaces are not just a free-for-all. It has its own system of ratings and reviews, much like the online shopping sites you're used to, like a far more illegal and immoral eBay or Amazon. In the same sphere of legal stuff, there are also hacking websites.
I don't think it can be far more immoral than Amazon. That's like the top of the fucking pyramid of immoral. I don't know. You gotta sell children on that site to make it more immoral than Amazon, because a lot of products on Amazon are made by children. So
sites which are basically
gonna be same level.
Websites where you can pay a guy to hack stuff for you. They claim to do things like break into people's accounts, crash websites with DDoS attacks, and even frame people by putting illegal content on their computers without them knowing. And they do all of this hiding behind the anonymity that comes with using Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies, making it all feel very sneaky and underground. It's really not a good idea to get mixed up with these kind of sites. It's fine to be curious about the darker parts of the web, but actually using these services is a whole different ballgame and can land you in big trouble, both with the law and in your personal life.
Then there's a whole other world of stolen bank cards and counterfeit money sites.
But I'm not even going to dive into that. They're all filled with scams and phishing traps, and honestly, they're not worth our time to talk about. There are also tons, and I mean tons, of illegal drug markets, like the extremely infamous Silk Road, for example. Ross Ulbricht, who went by Dread Pirate Roberts online.
I know a lot of people that got like LSD through Silk Road. Like I know like 10 dudes that got LSD through Silk Road, and they say it was perfectly fine. It arrived in their fucking local UPS and shit, like absolutely fine.
Started Silk Road as an underground marketplace on the dark web. He envisioned it as a free market experiment, pushing the limits of privacy and anonymity, utilizing Tor and Bitcoin to keep it as anonymous as possible. Silk Road became a hub for selling drugs and other illegal items, attracting thousands of vendors and customers worldwide. He used his technical skills to create a platform that operated outside government oversight, making it easy and relatively safe for users to buy and sell narcotics and other contraband. The marketplace swiftly took off, far exceeding Ulbricht's initial expectations, though Silk Road's success drew attention not just from users, but also from law enforcement. To his friends and family, Ulbricht was an ambitious entrepreneur. Online, as Dread Pirate Roberts, he managed a vast digital empire. This alias was actually pretty clever, as it implied that Silk Road could survive beyond any one individual, as Dread Pirate Roberts is not just one man, but many, suggesting a rotating leadership, though Ulbricht was the one caught in the end. The FBI's interest in Silk Road grew as it became more popular. Ulbricht made efforts to protect his identity and the site's operations, but a few digital slip-ups.
I am actually Albert. That is why I'm wearing the mask. Yes, selling LSD to fund communism. Indeed, that is what I've always been up to.
Led investigators to suspect him. Soon after, he was arrested in a public library.
This is very important. When you cut your cucumber like a sandwich, do you peel it? Depends on your personal taste. I prefer my cucumber in a salad to be peeled, but my cucumber when I eat it cut in half, unpeeled. It's got a bit more, spunk to it.
In San Francisco, after he got up very briefly and left his laptop logged into Silk Road Administrator panel, where the covert FBI agents were secretly watching him and quickly snatched it. Though there are more sinister services, like hiring a hitman, 99% of these are just traps set up by the law to catch people attempting to engage in these legal acts. Like the unbelievable story of rentahitman.com. In 2005, Bob Innes was trying to think of a clever name for an IT company that plays on the word hit, as in website visits, and deciding to buy a domain for it. That's precisely what he did when he purchased rentahitman.com for a little over $9. Initially, Bob envisioned it as a catchy name for an IT venture with friends. However, it fizzled out, and the website sat dormant. Fast forward to 2008, Bob decided to check the website's inbox, probably expecting spam or empty messages. Instead, he found himself staring at
Dear Mr. Hitman, could you please kill my wife? I need money from insurance, so could you please kill my wife? My manager sucks and makes me angry, so I want to kill my wife. Please, Hitman, my bully is my wife. Please kill my wife.
hundreds of emails from people who thought...
I think like 99% of fucking people who order a hitman is to kill their wife. What does that say about hitmen? What does that say about wives? What does that say about men? I don't know, but they are all members of society. Probably has something to do with capitalism as well. Thank you very much for coming to my Twitch stream.
Rentahitman.com was a genuine service for hiring hitmen. While most messages seem like bad jokes, the reality hit hard in 2010 when a woman from Canada, Helen, sent a disturbingly detailed request to eliminate 3 relatives in the UK over an inheritance dispute. Realizing the severity, Bob didn't ignore Helen's message. He contacted the California police and forwarded the information to them. The police acted
Holy shit, I don't know what to think about this. Is Robert a dirty fucking snitch, or was that the moral and ethical thing to do? I don't fucking know.
swiftly, involving Canadian authorities who arrested Helen, where she faced jail time in Canada before being extradited to the UK for other serious crimes. Post Helen's incident, Bob transformed rentahitman.com. The website now gleamed with satire, filled with humorous testimonials, fake information, and even a fictitious regulatory act. Despite these clear indicators of parody, the site continued to attract serious and sometimes dangerous inquiries.
Jesus
Assuming
Christ.
the alias
People are
Guido
stupid,
Finelli, Bob began a delicate dance of screening messages. He implemented a cooling-off period for clients, hoping they'd reconsider their intentions. Persistent or alarming requests were forwarded to law enforcement. This new mission turned the website into an unexpected tool for catching individuals with harmful intentions. Law enforcement is always on the lookout, trying to clean up the dark web. They've shut down big illegal markets and have arrested a lot of people involved in illegal activities. But it's a big challenge because the dark web is designed to keep people anonymous. Police and other agencies are learning new ways to fight crime on the dark web. Despite its dark reputation, the dark web is not just a den of criminal activity. It's also a crucial tool for journalists, activists, and others who require anonymity to avoid persecution. Only a small fraction of Tor users actually visit.
It's mostly known in IT circles that the whole you can hire a hitman through dark web is a honeypot for people searching for services. The like, of course, man, dude. If you want to get some guy to fucking off somebody, you need to be connected. Either you're so fucking wealthy, you know people that are so fucking wealthy that have used such services before and it's only word of mouth, or connected in the more like, let's call it working class accessible murder. And that is, you know somebody who involved in, let's say, more violent crime, who knows a guy, and they connect you. But, never hire a hitman really, because they're in it for the money, and if they get caught, you're going to snitch immediately. So if you're going to use a hitman, make sure to use him like completely anonymously so that he can't snitch on you after it happens. But unfortunately, people mostly hire hitmen to kill somebody who's like... in their life, their spouses or their business competition, or, their daddy that spanked them a bit too hard. So they will eventually link it to you based on who you're trying to kill. So I guess if you want to use a hitman to kill somebody, which please don't, we're only talking in Minecraft here, then be completely anonymous, both with the transfer of information and money, and only target people that are in no way directly linked to you or your life. Yes? Yes, indeed. Hell, you can use them to get other people arrested, basically. You can tell the hitman that you want your wife killed and target your business enemy's wife, and then snitch on the hitman. And the hitman will say, yo, the husband wanted me to kill his wife. And then you get the husband arrested. It's how I would do it. Fictitiously.
these hidden services, and the content deemed illicit is only a sliver of what exists in this concealed space. Level 4 as well, stuff that is far more depraved than what we've already covered. The true depths of the dark web. As I mentioned earlier, you've probably heard of 4chan, an image board full of different kinds of content. Well, there's a site called 8chan, which is like a worse version of 4chan. Google removed it from its...
It's not worse, man. I was on 8chan back in the fuck you talking about? It's the same shit.
Search results because it's filled with problematic content. 8chan.mo, the dark web version of 8chan, has worse stuff. Just like 4chan, you can browse various topics like anime and fitness, but 8chan.mo has a board called... From what I've seen, it's mostly men posting extremely disturbing videos and pictures with their pets, mainly dogs, in illegal and sickening ways that I'll just leave to your imagination. There were also sites in the realm of revenge, with Pink Meth being a major site that let people anonymously upload explicit...
Dude, I thought this video is gonna introduce something even darker and more insane. Like, this is obviously very dark and insane, but like we've... I think everybody in this chat, including me, know about far more fucked up parts of the internet. I thought I would learn something new.
Photos of their exes without their permission. Not only did the site feature these images, it also often included victims' personal info and links to their social media profile.
Yeah, you can just go to Reddit for this. Like, that's why I fucking hate that fucking website, man. Reddit is just filled with, like, insanely disgusting porn shit. Like shit that's beyond like kink shaming and stuff. Like sites, like whole threads that are just designed to like harass people or like expose fucked up parts about people. It's really bad.
It actually initially started on the regular internet, but the site had to switch to the dark web later on. Although there was a way to ask for the photos to be removed.
And nowadays, like there was a big scandal, I think, in Macedonia at one point, and then in Montenegro even. I can talk about my part of the world. Probably almost every country has this scandal. That there's like massive Viber or WhatsApp or Telegram groups of disgusting piece of shit men that deserve to, you know, not have a WhatsApp, Telegram, or whatever group where they would just mass share nudes of their exes, their girlfriends, and so on. And at one point there was, I think it was in Macedonia, there was like 100,000 different women whose private photos were shared on the massive like 10,000 member group. Pretty fucked up shit. But what I'm trying to say is the internet is more fucked up because people are more fucked up than one would think. You don't necessarily need to go into these dark corners of it in order to find these sorts of shit. Ultra mainstream texting apps, they fucking have it.
The system was pretty much a sham. Victims had to write detailed accounts of how their photos got leaked, but these requests were basically mocked and blamed on the victims, resulting in the photos staying up. The site's shady dealings got on the radar of legal authorities. In November 2014, as part of Operation Anonymous, a big crackdown on illegal dark web activities, Pink Meth was shut down, along with over 24 other sites. Information on who ran Pink Meth and whether they faced any legal fallout is still not clear. There are also the legendary and spooky Red Rooms, but I couldn't find any in my search, and I honestly don't think they exist. A Red Room is supposed to be a secret site or service where viewers can watch...
Yeah, we're not blaming the internet. I'm sorry if that's what it sounded like. Far from it. The internet is a tool just like everything else. Speaking of everything else, an ad is going to play in exactly 12 seconds. If you want to avoid that, support me being on the mainstream internet, saying very mainstream things while having an adless experience and making my dad a bit prouder of me as I pay off my mortgage. Do consider becoming a sub. Thank you kindly.
Watch live torture or murder, sometimes even telling the person doing it what to do, in a live chat like Twitch. And viewers might have to pay Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies to get in. But there's no solid proof, and many people, including myself, just think they're scary stories. Streaming live video without being caught on the dark web is technically hard, and it's pretty unlikely that someone who is depraved and dumb enough to kill someone has the technical know-how to set it all up, which makes the reality of these rooms pretty unlikely. That wraps up today's video. If you enjoyed, please consider subscribing. And if you want something else to watch, check out the only other video I've made so far.
Adidas wasn't named after All Day I Dream About.
Wow, that was fucking lucky. That was his first video and had like 500,000 views. That is fucking very lucky. Okay, next is every common misconception debunked in 10 minutes. Let's fucking go. Let's do misconceptions. Yeah, baby. All Day I Dream.
Sports. It actually comes from the founder's name, Adolf Addy Dassler, back in 1949. Those other meanings were just jokes that came out in 1978. Searing does not seal moisture in meat. In fact, it causes it to lose some moisture. Meat is seared to brown it to affect its color, flavor, and texture. Twinkies and
what? I know that. What? We know this. What the fuck?
American snack cake.
What the fuck is a Twinkie, dude? Jesus Christ, what the fuck is a Twinkie?
Generally considered to be junk food, have a shelf life of around 45 days, despite the common claim that they remain edible for decades. Except for some perishables, properly stored foods can safely be eaten past their
Well, this
expiration
video wasn't targeted at me. That's fucking for sure. Fucking American shit. Jesus Christ.
dates. The vast majority of expiration dates in the United States are regulated by state governments and refer to food quality, not safety. Microwave ovens do not cause cancer, as microwave radiation is non-ionizing and therefore does not have the cancer risks associated with ionizing radiation, such as X-rays. Walt Disney Studios' Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs was not the first animated film to be feature-length. El Apostol, a lost 1917 Argentine silent film that used cutout animation, is considered the first.
Okay, that's new. I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't know that. So the anti-Semitic piece of shit didn't do that was the first one to do that either. Fuck yeah, bigger, more and more wins against fucking Adolf Hitler Disney.
Languages are not the same worldwide. Aside from the Pigeon International.
Who would think, like, imagine how much fucking Adolf Hitler Disney is spinning in his grave that his fucking beautiful right-wing sons are the ones that are boycotting the institution now. Rest in piss, you fuck.
Sign. Each country generally has its own native sign language, and some have more than one. The United States does not require police officers to identify themselves as police in the case of a sting or other undercover work. And police officers...
Of course, who is this made for? 3-year-olds? Who's this made for?
May lie when engaged in such work. Chewing gum is not punishable by caning in Singapore, although chewing gum-related offenses have always been only subject to...
That was so niche. What? Who thought that... What? Who thought that you can get punished for chewing gum in Singapore? Yeah, but...
Fines. Possession or consumption of chewing gum itself is not illegal. Chalk outlines in crime scenes are rare in modern investigations, despite being a popular trope in fiction. Mozart did...
Okay, really? I mean, they're practical. You know, you draw, but then you have to leave the place and people have to live in it. What I learned is that, like, nobody helps you clean that shit up. You gotta pay for the fucking cleaning, or you gotta clean, like, guts off the floor yourself. Like, they leave all the blood and the splatter and the fucking eye that popped out and the teeth all over your fucking apartment. You gotta clean that yourself. Don't ask me how I know this.
Did not die from poisoning and was not poisoned by his colleague Antonio Salieri or anyone else. The false rumor originated after Salieri's death and was dramatized in movies and plays. Listening to Mozart or classical music does not enhance a person's intelligence. A study from 1993 reported a short-term improvement in spatial reasoning. The historical Buddha is not known to have...
Holy shit. More reasons to have my kid listen to shit like what? Let me think. So when my wife one day is pregnant, I will play her this instead of Mozart. Because this will increase, you know what? Their fucking levels of bass, brate. Their fucking levels of bass. Ajmo, sinovi, dobrodošli u diskoteku. Pozdrav za sve ljude iz Separea u chatu. This song was a partial influence on the Deprogram original soundtrack. One of the greatest fucking songs ever made. Extremely sad, but extremely beautiful. This man eventually died because his heart couldn't take how much cocaine he was taking. Rodeo. Sreće nisam imao, ej, otkad sam se rodio, sreće nisam imao, samo ti si sreća bila, si me ostavila, samo ti si sreća bila, zašto si me ostavila. Pišaj, brate, pišaj. I'm sorry for the little side tangent there, but yes, that is what I'm going to be playing to my unborn child, okay?
Been fat. The chubby monk known as the Fat Buddha, or Laughing Buddha in the West, is a 10th century Chinese Buddhist folk hero by the name of Budai. Jesus was most likely not born on December 25th, when his birth is traditionally celebrated as Christmas. It is more likely that his birth was in either the season of spring or perhaps summer. The black belt in martial arts does not necessarily indicate expert level or mastery. It was introduced for judo in the 1880s to indicate competency in all of the basic techniques of the sport. There is no definitive proof that violent video games cause people to become violent. Some studies have found no link between aggression and violent video games.
But I want like levels of gamerism and racism. I think there can be... I'm kidding. I'm the most exploited race in the world, gamers.
The pyramids of Egypt were not constructed with slave labor. Archaeological evidence shows.
And yes, I said the word racerism.
Shows that the laborers were a combination of skilled workers and poor farmers working in the off-season with the participants paid high-quality food and tax exemptions. Tutankhamun's tomb is not inscribed with a curse on those who disturb it. This was a media invention of 20th century tabloid journalists. Vikings did not drink out of the skulls of defeated enemies. This was based on a mistranslation of the skaldic poetic use of or bugvidum hausa to refer to drinking horns.
Man, Vikings are, what's the opposite word of a victim? Like when you're the opposite of a victim, like somebody elevates you to such levels. Like thanks to the show Vikings, they were turned into these base, incredible fucking strong men who also like are weirdly progressive for their time. No, not in that way. Like, you know, instead of being shat on, like they were elevated. Fucking chatter saying rapist. Holy shit. Ignore me, okay? Yeah, heroification. Yeah. Greatest example of heroification, man. Everybody wants to be a fucking Viking, bro.
Vikings did not name Iceland Iceland as a ploy to discourage others from settling it. Nadad and Hrafnaflaki Vilgerdarson both saw snow and ice on the island when they traveled there, giving the island its name. Shah Jahan, the Indian Mughal emperor who commissioned the...
Talk about fucking, like, incredibly unoriginal, dude. Benefactors, yes, exactly. Incredibly unoriginal. Like, you come from a place that has a lot of ice and snow, and you go to another place and you see a lot of ice and snow, and then you call it Iceland. It would be different if they like went and saw the desert for the first time and they called it desert land because, you know, desert very different to their climate and their, you know, fucking local plant life. But they went from a place that has ice to another place that has ice and they were like, this is the ice place? I don't know. Not very original. That's all I'm saying.
Taj Mahal did not cut off the hands of the rumored 40,000...
Almost as cringe as a guy literally missing the continent he was going to and then calling the local people Indians. Wonder who did that.
1,000 workers or lead designers so as to not allow the construction of another monument more beautiful than the Taj Mahal. The familiar story that Isaac Newton was inspired to research the nature of gravity when an apple fell on his head is almost certainly fake. All Newton himself ever said was that the idea came to him as he sat in a contemplative mood and was occasioned by the fall of an apple. Marie Antoinette didn't say, "Let them eat cake," when she learned about the starving French peasantry. This famous phrase actually appeared in Rousseau's Confessions, written when she was just 9 years old. George Washington's dentures weren't made of wood. They actually consisted of a mix of materials, including lead, gold, hippopotamus ivory, and teeth from various animals like horses, donkeys, and even humans, which might have been obtained from slaves. The nose of the Great Sphinx...
The way he pushed it all the way to the bottom. Like... He said 10 things, and then in the end, he's like, "Oh, might be from slaves."
Banks of Giza,
just tiny details, exactly what I'm going. Tiny details, just tiny details.
Was not shot off by Napoleon's troops during the French campaign in Egypt. It has been missing since at least the 10th century. Victorian-era doctors did not invent the vibrator to cure female hysteria by triggering orgasm. The Nazis did not use the term Nazi to refer to themselves.
All right, well, I want
the
more
full name of the Nazi party was National Sobering
what?
since at least the 10th century. Victorian-era doctors did not invent the vibrator to cure female hysteria by triggering orgasm. The Nazis did not use the term Nazi to refer to themselves. The full name of the Nazi party was National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, and members referred to themselves as National Socialists or Party Comrades. There's no scientific evidence supporting the idea that the movements of stars, planets, and other celestial bodies impact human destinies. Astrology, which relies on these movements, has consistently failed to predict future events.
What is this fucking stupid video? Every common misconception. How is it fucking commonly accepted that astrology... Where are all these astrologists? It is commonly accepted for people to believe... What the fuck? This is so... Oh, fuck me,
or provide
man.
meaningful
Is this what insight into a normie brain is like?
Explanations. The sun is not yellow. Rather, it emits white light. Earth's atmosphere scatters shorter wavelengths of light more than longer wavelengths, and this scattering is why the sun appears yellow during the day, or orange or red during sunrise and sunset. Bulls aren't provoked by the red color used in capes by bullfighters. Red doesn't stand out as a...
I apologize, chat. I apologize. I have played you on normie vid. This will not be forgiven for many a decade. All I can hope for that somewhere deep in your heart you can find a place where you can forget and live on after this great level of disrespect I have thrown at you. I will now proceed to make a video why I left YouTube and why I left the left because they bullied me for playing a normie video. I apologize. Did I say that I apologize?
A bright color to them. Instead, it's the perceived threat by the
History will not vindicate you for this.
bullfighter that triggers.
We forgive but never forget.
Triggers the bull to charge, not the color of the cape. The phases of the moon do not affect the perceived threat by the bullfighter that triggers the bull to charge, not the color of the cape. The phases of the moon do not affect the vocalizations of wolves, and wolves do not howl at the moon. Wolves howl to assemble the pack, usually before and after hunts, and to communicate across great distances. There is no such thing as an alpha in a wolf pack. In the wild, wolf packs operate like families. Parents are in charge until the young grow up and start their own families, and younger wolves do not overthrow an alpha to become the new leader, contrary to the...
Yeah, and he could have fucking touched a bit more on this. Like, the guy who wrote the first book that introduced, you know, alphas, betas and shit, that all these fucking masculinity fucking LARPers like to play around, he spent the rest of his life trying to denounce what he wrote in that book after they realized that no, just packs follow the fucking parents. They don't follow like the strongest wolf or whatever the fuck. They just follow the fucking parents.
The metaphorical story of
very often the mother.
About the boiling frog, frogs die immediately when cast into boiling water, rather than leaping out. Furthermore, frogs will attempt to escape cold water that is slowly heated. Porcupines do not shoot their quills. They can detach, and porcupines will deliberately back into attackers to impale them, but their quills do not project. Mice do not have
like what? I have seen so many. What?
A special.
Of course, jebote. Oh, what was the term? You know what? Who this is? Muad'Dib. We salute Muad'Dib.
Appetite for cheese, and will eat it only for lack of better options. They actually favor sweet, sugary foods. Ostriches do not stick their heads in the sand to hide from enemies or to sleep. This misconception's origins...
Okay, this I didn't know. I thought they did. This I didn't know.
...are uncertain, but it was probably popularized by Pliny the Elder. People do not swallow...
Fucking niche as fuck. Okay, there you go, chat. We learned something new. I didn't know this.
Large numbers of spiders during sleep. A sleeping person makes noises that warn spiders of danger. Most people also wake up from sleep when they have a spider on their face. Rubbing urine on jellyfish stings isn't an effective way to relieve pain. This...
Phew. I mean, I always knew it wasn't true, but I was always afraid because I hate spiders. Eternal genocide on spiders. Yes, thank you.
Notion might have gained attention through a portrayal in an episode of Friends. Fossil fuels do not originate from dinosaur fossils. Only a tiny amount of the world's deposits of coal contain dinosaur fossils.
Mods, please
the vast
adjust
majority
the name
of coal is fossilized plant
stream.
matter.
Thank you
While
very much.
diamonds are incredibly hard and rank as the hardest material, they're not invincible. They can be scratched by other diamonds and worn down by softer materials like vinyl records. So, while durable, they're not impervious to damage. Private browsing, such as Chrome's incognito mode, does not protect users from being tracked by websites, employers, governments, or one's internet.
I mean, I know about one thing that's always hard and never goes soft. I wish.
Service provider.
Yeah.
Lightning can, and often does, strike the same place twice. Lightning in a thunderstorm is more likely to strike objects and spots that are more prominent or conductive. Waking up a sleepwalker does not harm them. Sleepwalkers may be confused or disoriented for a short time after awakening, but the health risks associated with sleepwalking are from injury or insomnia, not from being awakened. Seizures cannot cause a person to swallow their own...
Yeah, dude, I fucking sleepwalked one time out of my fucking apartment, butt naked. I don't sleep completely naked since then. And I knocked on the fucking door on like an old, like 80-year-old lady. And they had cameras in that. Now I live in a fucking old building, but when I was renting, it was like a new building. And they had fucking cameras. And the guy calls me on the next day. He was like, dude, you wanted to wake up my fucking grandma butt naked last night, but we saw in the video that you're completely like sleepwalking. I was walking through the hallway butt naked trying to open all the fucking doors. And then I went specifically to her door and I started fucking knocking. Butt fucking naked, dude. Like my dick was like flapping around. Like I'm sitting with a guy that's like the landlord of the building and we're watching me completely butt naked at 4 a.m. walking through the fucking hallway in between apartments as I'm knocking on doors and trying to open them. The most terrifying experience I've ever had in my life, and I had fucking bombs dropped on me, okay? The most terrifying fucking thing I've ever experienced in my life. Seeing yourself doing something you completely do not remember is some unhinged fucking shit, dude.
Tongue, and it is dangerous to attempt to place a foreign object into a shuddering person's mouth. Human blood
never happened after that again. Like never.
in veins is not actually blue. Blood is red due to the presence of hemoglobin. Deoxygenated blood in veins has a deep red color, and oxygenated blood in arteries has a light cherry red color. Men and women have the same number of ribs, 24 or 12 pairs. The erroneous idea that women have one more rib than men came from the biblical creation story of Adam and Eve. Swallowed chewing gum does not take 7 years to digest. Chewing gum is mostly indigestible and passes through the digestive system at the same rate as other matter. People do not use only 10% of their brains. A healthy human will normally use most of their brain over the course of a day.
That's why I drink, because I want to use less of the brain. And you do not have alcohol here, but you have another way to bypass the ads that are going to play in exactly 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And that is for $5 a month or for free through Prime by becoming a subscriber, supporting the show, and having an adless experience. Do not drink. Subscribe. Thank you kindly.
Idea that activating 100% of the brain would allow someone to achieve their maximum potential or gain various psychic abilities is common in folklore and fiction. Ancient Greek and Roman statues have not always been colorless. They were once painted with bright colors, adorned with gemstones, and featured intricate details. Christopher Columbus wasn't the first person to discover the Americas. Leif Erikson,
oh my God, mind-blowing. And you need to say first European to discover the Americas. Please always say the first European to discover the Americas. Because contrary to some insane beliefs like that of Tucker Carlson, there were people there who discovered it themselves literally tens of thousands of years before that.
Norse missionary, is thought to have reached Canadian shores around 500 years before Columbus. Henry Ford didn't invent the first automobile. That credit goes to Carl Benz, the co-founder of Mercedes-Benz.
Fucking Mercedes-Benz, yeah, baby, yeah, fucking piss on the Americans, baby.
Who created the first modern gasoline-powered car. Memories lost during drunken blackouts can't be recovered. When someone drinks excessively, the part of the brain responsible for encoding short-term memories shuts down, making it impossible to recall events during that time.
And that's how we want to keep them, brother. You know a night was good when you don't remember half of it. Yeah, baby.
Contrary to
toxic Ugopnik unlocks as the stream fucking develops. Bro, God.
Popular belief, an
espresso, thank God.
Shot doesn't necessarily contain more caffeine than a simple cup of coffee. Leaving your phone plugged in after it reaches 100% charge doesn't harm the battery. Modern lithium-ion batteries are designed to stop charging once they're fully topped up, preventing any potential damage. It is not illegal to turn on the interior light while driving, but it does make it harder to see the road and can cause distracted driving. Peanuts aren't actually nuts. They belong to the legume family, which also includes beans and peas. Bears don't hibernate throughout the entire winter. Instead, they enter a deep sleep state that isn't true hibernation. They can still respond to disturbances and wake up relatively easily. Cats and dogs aren't completely colorblind. They can see shades of blue, gray, and yellow, similar to a human with red-green color blindness. Dairy milk isn't always suitable for cats. Most adult cats are lactose intolerant, meaning they can experience gastrointestinal discomfort if they drink it. Ted Bundy didn't all adult cats are yellow, similar to a human with red-green color blindness. Dairy milk isn't always suitable for cats. Most adult cats are lactose intolerant, meaning they can
maybe non-barking cats, baby. Everything here fucking drinks, sleeps, pisses, and eats fucking milk, 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 cheese, 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 milk, 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 and cheese, cheese, cheese. Indeed.
Experience gastrointestinal discomfort if they drink it.
Ain't no fucking cat over here talking about lactose tolerance or any of that other liberal bullshit. Now, I give my cat fucking 100% alcohol, ethanol, and it fucking loves it, baby. Yeah.
Ted Bundy didn't always lure women with his good look.
Alcohol, ethanol, cow milk, cheese milk, fucking human milk. I give that shit fucking everything. My fucking cat is more human than me, brother. My cat, if I eat fucking chicken, I give my cat some fucking steak, baby. Cats live better, motherfucker.
And charm. It was a numbers game for him. He asked many women for help, but most refused and claimed he gave off creepy vibes. Humans did not exist alongside dinosaurs. Over 41% of US adults think they coexisted. In reality, we missed each other by 63 million years. Tomatoes are not vegetables. They're actually a type of fruit.
Who the fuck thinks that we coexisted with dinosaurs? What the fuck? And yes, it's a fucking fruit. Also, like the Serbo-Croatian word for heaven, the Serbo-Croatian word for heaven is paradise. No, sorry, what the fuck? No, the Serbo-Croatian word for tomato is paradise. Paradise. It's paradise. Our word for heaven is tomato. It's paradise. We call tomatoes paradise. I don't know. I find it fascinating. So literally we have heaven on earth, which is tomato, which is completely fucking true because it's a fucking tomato. It's paradise. Paradise.
Do not think about sex every 7 seconds. While some men might think about sex this often, there is no real evidence to support this statement. Before you click on the next video, be sure to smash the subscribe button and hit us a like. See you next time.
Every Roman god explained in 9 minutes.
Last week, I stood...
And let us finish today's stream with what the fuck? No, actually, no. We're
Adidas wasn't named
after next time. Does this guy have other interesting shit? We want to watch libs explaining shit. Every Roman god, every tax explained in what? Every tax? Every major world religion explained it. Oh my God, that's not going to be taboo at all. Every major scientific theory explained in 6 minutes. Every deadliest war in history. What do? No, let's watch unhinged shit. Wait, this was good. I'm gonna go take a quick piss. I'm gonna leave you with this.
Space is fake.
But it's visible.
What? No.
Space is real.
Are you joking?
You're a science denier.
What? Stop.
The bodies of science have bestowed the truth. If you ignore
If I get another fucking lecture from you, I'm gonna go crazy.
When did you start having this opinion?
Shut the fuck up, bitch. You're a fucking idiot.
Don't do that anymore.
What are you gonna do about it, bitch? What are you gonna do about it? You are literally powerless.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do whatever I want. Not a lot you can do about it.
You could get your ass kicked.
Are you threatening me?
Yeah. I think you are a far-right, white supremacist,
I have
racist.
no respect for you. You're like my dog. Does it ever occur to you that you're like disgusting? Just like vulgar, just like a pig. If I were sort of narrow down my bigotries, it's like people like you, I just think you're disgusting.
I'm better than you.
I'm the best talker in America. And you're like, some wacko.
You're a real freak.
If I take a 9mm rounder, 7.62 by 39 and shoot you, can you catch the bullet?
You can't do that.
What are you gonna do about it?
I got a bigger one.
Why would you hide that? That's just wrong. That's not fair.
That was the quickest piss of my life. Exactly 2 minutes. Yes, brother. Yes, brother. In this stream, over on Ugopnik Twitch, we limit our fucking chair watching to a bare fucking minimal, brother. Bare fucking minimum. Let me see if they added any shit to my unhinged playlist. Or should I be passive-aggressive to my mods? And they added some shit. Okay, so which one did we... Fetish political compass. Oh my god. Rating the way white celebrities say the N-word because I'm black. Holy fucking shit. My wife has a perfectly dry P-word. Confusion after MEP releases Peace Dove. These are all horrible. Let's watch this one.
So a couple of months ago, these two political compasses were posted in my subreddit. They're graphs marking the fetishes of nearly 20,000 people based off of their position on the political compass.
Yeah, please adapt the title. Let's fucking go. This is going to be bad.
Interviewed the creator of this.
Piss maxing, piss maxing, piss maxing. Weakest Balkan man. What is this? Wait, what is this? You have to live it. What weakest Balkan man? Was he Greek? What was he? Oh, no, Vajeni, Bulgarian. A man's evolution from weakest when he has baby to strongest when he is strongest man is literally just evolving into big baby. Holy shit, bro. Jebate kurac u pičku. Okay.
Study, and I will be splicing in her insights throughout the video. Let's explore these compasses and see what we find. Now, broadly, we can just see that there's more right-wing associated fetishes for men.
No, don't call it sober and hit stream. Jesus, my mods are like my biggest trolls, I swear to God. Title it the way this is titled. Fetish Political Compass. I love you and thank you. Fucking assholes, I love you.
Men and more left-wing associated fetishes for women. This furthers my theory that the real political divide in this country is actually between the sexes. Each fetish here is also denoted by how taboo it is. So the darker nodes are more taboo, and the less dark nodes are less taboo. So here, for example...
But how do we define what's more taboo or isn't? Okay.
You can obviously tell that
vor is more taboo than latex. How the researcher decided what was and wasn't.
What was vor? When you want to eat people? When you want to like swallow people whole? But why isn't chat? Explain to me. Why isn't vor just cannibalism? Or do you want them to survive? Do you want to vomit them back out again? Yeah, do it. Well, difference between, I'm going to regret this, between vor and cannibalism. So between vor and cannibalism, somebody asked. Minor edit. This answer was first posted. Jesus, there's a debate. They're quite different. I almost said entirely, though that's not quite accurate. There are some overlaps, but at the roots, they're separate kinks. Vor is about predation. Predators eat prey, usually not the same species. The emphasis, okay. I don't want, okay, I'm already vomiting. Jesus Christ.
Taboo was done in a previous study where she asked a bunch of people what they thought was more taboo or less taboo.
Imagine you have this king who you have to announce to like a group of people or your grandma, like on a scale from 1 to awful, like how bad would this be?
Right.
And then I have people rate it as like basically a proxy for tabooness, which means basically that the more taboo the thing is, the fewer people are interested in it. Which one is your weirdest one?
Mine?
Yeah, the all stuff you're into. What's the one farthest to the right on the graph?
Well, I have every fetish simultaneously. So,
Really?
yes,
So you're
every.
necrophiliac.
Yes. Yeah. Now, because I have a case of monetization-ophilia, I'm not going to use some of the words here, but I'm sure you can read.
Who can say where the wind blows, where the night snows, na na na.
There are other caveats about the data.
So we have the confidence and we also have the strength.
Okay, now you're
of
just
the
trolling
correlation.
me.
And so the correlations all have very low strength, but pretty high confidence.
Of course, you can just read the study itself where they have all the caveats there. So for men, 15,600 men were surveyed, and this is what we got. First things first, on the far left we have group stuff. So for example, this looks like a perfect corollary for communalism. This kind of off-compass left-wing ideology that says everybody should share everything. It's almost like a hive mind. So group stuff seems like it should be in that same sphere. It makes sense. But
I mean, one could make an argument that non-group stuff is also a fetish because group stuff was the OG way we used to do it, apparently, according to anthropologists. I don't know.
What you do is like whenever you're coming up with theories or something, like pretend that you actually found the opposite finding.
Yeah.
And then like what would you, what kind of theories would you make up?
So this seems to make perfect sense, right? But the researcher here brings up a really good point, which is that every time you want to draw a conclusion based on some data, ask yourself what conclusion you would be drawing if the data was in the opposite corner. Now, if it was on the opposite end, we would probably be saying something like, well, of course, it's something like a harem. It's hierarchical. Maybe there's one man and a bunch of women, and that strikes you as more of a right-wing idea. But I think this one makes sense just because most people's conception of what group stuff is more along the lines of consensual, communal. Everyone's just sharing everything, fluids included. But I would take this
Yeah, it's
point with
consensual.
you
That's why
when we look at the rest of this data and we draw conclusions based off of it. Ask yourself what kind of conclusions you might
God
be drawing
bless. I wouldn't even
if
classify it as
the
a
data was
fetish, it's
saying the
just a
opposite
fucking-
thing, right?
yeah.
Okay, this is interesting as
More
well.
people
Along the
doing
authoritarian
vanilla
axis,
sex?
you seem to be getting the difference between submission and domination. So lib left, you have males submitting. And then off left, like almost like right above it, almost like it's topping it, you have males dominating. I think that this is maybe justification for all the porn that was drawn about my leftist characters. You know, where the off left doms the lib left. I don't know how to feel about that. Lib left, essentially. We have females dominating. That's the defining fetish. But then on the right, we have males dominating. What do you think about that tension?
It's one of like the primary things I want to study right now is like what the fuck is up with like gender and dom submission stuff. And it's really interesting that it seems to be like a left-right thing. So I did like a date me survey where I had a whole bunch of people answer questions in an attempt to date me, and then they were scored. But so I got to see like a couple thousand responses of a bunch of questions, and I got to see the correlation of like how dominant submissive they reported being with like a lot of other stuff. And generally it seemed to be correlated with like being more extroverted, being more conscientious, being more outdoorsy, basically like sort of like physical activity.
Lib left in general here, for men especially, is just rife with male submission. I mean, male submitting, male use of toys, pegging, female domination. There's a lot less data in the off left.
These are just fucking stereotypes about like fucking lower left quadrant and fucking what the fuck.
Like sadism, males dominating, and females dominating. What's the difference between male submitting and female dominating?
Sometimes people prefer.
And how does he go from left to right on this? But like, I don't get it. I don't like. Obviously, it's a shit post. But J-Reg, fuck you, man. Fucking explain. What the fuck is this?
Females dominating and females submitting, like a woman dominating another female.
Oh.
Would be like your preference. So maybe you want to watch like a woman beat up a woman, but you don't want to watch men beat up a woman. Like it has to be woman on woman violence, right?
Excellent. I need.
Yeah, even he's like, this is too unhinged even for my fucking page, man. And that's J-Reg we're talking about. Jesus Christ.
Just stretch for some reason. I'm feeling a little bit of tension in my body. There's not a lot of.
Of course, I'm not taking it seriously, but like, I need to like comment on this, and I can't comment on this because I don't understand it. I don't understand what the fuck is going on.
Solidly right libertarian fetishes, and they seem to be more of a
if you can call it a fetish, but pedophilia.
a right unity thing, especially for men. I mean, these lib-right fetishes like necrophilia and incest, they're really just kind of like, you know, far right on the political compass. So off-right is fascinating. We have stuff like 24/7 power dynamics, which is where someone controls someone else's life entirely, 24/7.
I mean, that's the basics of fascism, bro, but with sex involved? God damn it.
As a fetish. Okay, just at a glance. Scat, race play, pedo, bestiality, lactation, sounding. Sounding.
Jesus.
I know what sounding is now. I wish I didn't. I hope you don't look it up.
Now, do I want to know what sounding is?
Do you want to get?
Yeah, the SA people, it's not a fetish, but in the context, I guess they put it in.
Yes, for the name.
It's like when you are. I did in my fetish video. There was like a fetish where like you're attracted to music. I'm doing like a low ball.
Can I take back the life choices that led me to this position? No.
I am asking myself the
No,
same
I
thing.
don't think
Why
I
did I
can.
play this video? Why?
I think the only way.
Why did the mod put this in my playlist? I will never know. And now you have to go through this with me. But let's look at it as a bonding experience. And I hope all of you are above 18. If you're not, close your eyes and go away. Please. Thank you.
Forward is forwards. Nothing exists but what is in front of you. Crawl. All right. I think the thing to focus on in this quadrant is race play, because
What the fuck is race play?
is the most...
What the fuck is a race play? Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God. I thought it was about, like, speed. Like, you're both doing things and you want to do them quicker than the other person. But no, they mean race like racism. Okay, I'm just going to shut the fuck up.
stereotypically racist quadrant, right? But it seems that race play is their quintessential fetish. I think the obvious conclusion to draw there is that the more something is repressed politically, the more appealing it becomes sexually. This seems to track, though, right? Like, let's look at dirtiness. Dirtiness is authoritarian. But what do authoritarians hate? Authoritarians have a lower disgust tolerance. So stuff like things being dirty and unclean, someone who is naturally more politically authoritarian is probably more likely to dislike dirty things, which means, or which seems to imply at least, that
Ugovnik is too innocent for this. No, I know absolutely all of them. I just didn't know fucking race play. What the fuck, dude?
the filth, the dirtiness.
It never even like fucking crossed my mind of like and I googled it because I was like, what, you got like you all like masturbate and we want to be faster than the other person, and then I saw some things on my private browser. Let's just say that's definitely not my thing.
They're not
God fucking damn
attracted
it.
to dirt in spite of their disgust.
And I am judging you. I am
They're
kind of
attracted to
judging you.
dirt
I am kind of judging you.
because of their disgust.
People on the left are into like group sex, fuda, pegging, female domination. On to the right is a lot more like disgust oriented.
Yeah.
So it's almost like a gender to disgust spectrum. It's like, are your fetishes more gender oriented or are they more disgust oriented?
There were a lot less women surveyed, around 3,000 or 4,000 compared to the 15,000 men. What I mostly want to focus on here is that the male graphs and the female graphs are mostly pretty consistent. For example, race play in the male graph is roughly in the same quadrant or in the same general area as race play.
Isn't that hilarious that race play is such a big thing with the racists? I mean, whoa, mind blowing.
There are some differences you can compare and contrast for yourself, but mostly they remain pretty constant.
So what's interesting to me about this is that if you go to the female preferred fetishes on this list, which is this list is organized by the male versus female preferences.
Yep.
So the very top is the ones that the males prefer disproportionately, not like
What is this
total
job
number,
and how
but,
do I
like,
get
compared
this
to
job?
women.
How
So
do I
even
get this job that this lady is doing? Because I want that job.
if all of the numbers are very small, if the ratio is high, then it'll appear up.
Anal sex, okay, classic. Lactation, classic. Female domination, classic. Bestiality. Uniforms, okay, fucking classic. Dirtiness, wow, we're all both like very dirty. Creepy crawlies, inanimate objects. How is that? That's just toys. How is it a fucking fetish? Yeah, I guess I am too innocent for this. Like, all of this except fucking pedophilia and fucking race play seems okay to me. You know? And bestiality, Jesus, sorry, I didn't see that one. Fuck me. Futa, we all know what futa is. If you know what I mean. Who knows.
Up there. So the top we have like, anal, voyeurism, lactation, I guess, which makes sense. At the bottom you have masochism, male domination, male use of sex toys, rape play, asphyxiation, choking, heavy bondage, spanking. All of these are preferred by females.
Masochism, males dominating, male use of sex toys, rape, asphyxiation, okay, heavy bondage, spanking, light bondage, piercing, cutting, monsters, aliens, humiliation, male submitting, pegging. Yeah. All the ones that start with R play, I don't fuck with that. Everything else seems fucking normal.
More than males prefer anal sex, which is the most male preferred fetish. So basically, women are super into BDSM.
So for females, on the farthest to far left, we have females dominating, and on the farthest to far right, we have males dominating. Okay, so it's not actually the farthest to far right. Even further right is race play again, this time seeming to be more of a right unity thing for
Her
women.
job is journalist, according to Google. Well, I want to become that type of journalist, if you know what I mean.
Is the quintessential female authoritarian right-wing fetish. Okay, again, I have to point this out.
But right-wingers love eating shit. That's all I'm fucking saying.
An authoritarian fetish, the quintessential authoritarian fetish, is age play, which the almost one of the most fundamental breaking points for the libertarian authoritarian debate is the age of consent. You know, you need that state. That's the argument. You need that state to enforce the age of consent, right? So authoritarians often make a case for protecting children. So,
and their biggest fucking kink is children. And race play. Like, I mean, I will use this video for the rest of my life. Like, you're like, what the fuck are we watching? But no, use this, like, always use this. Like, every time a right-winger starts telling you any sort of propaganda, just look them in the eye and say, you're into age play, aren't you? The fucking shock and dread on their fucking face. Oh, God. Oh, God. You really get off on race play, don't you? Age play, race play, that's your thing, isn't it? You just stare them directly in the fucking eyes, right? I can guess they're going to shut the Oh, I would like to be in that room.
What's going on here? I mean, if age play was a libertarian fetish, we would say, of course, because that tracks, and it also fits with the.
Yeah, you probably like to eat shit, don't you? Literally and metaphorically.
Cap stereotype of having a child wife, right? But for it to be an authoritarian fetish, it goes back to this idea, in my opinion. And
casually drop scat and look them straight in the eyes.
You can tell me what you think, but it goes back to the idea of the more something's repressed, the hotter it seems to be. Okay, so one thing that you should know is that the graphs you see here have been stretched along the authoritarian left, libertarian right axis because the original data.
But with age play, like you're repressing something very serious. The other ones like, it can be turned into kinks or whatever the fuck. But with age play, you're really repressing something very, very fucking serious. Like something very fucking serious. You should not be feeling like that. That's a taboo that you need to cross. Not all taboos need crossing. Not, in my opinion, not even in like a consensual environment. And I'm open to like literally, as I said, like 99% of these, like, fuck yeah, man, have fun, dude. Absolutely, have some fucking fun. But when we talking about, like, am I just an old guy? I don't think I am when I say, don't fuck kids, please.
Was basically
not kids. Just don't anything that involves kids. No, even if you're doing it like just as a role play, it's kids. Please,
like very linear. It looked like a line, and this was the original, data, and then this was how it's better, more fun representation in a graph.
It could be that just is very correlated. Like if you tend to be more like libertarian, you tend to be more right. Or something like this part and this part tend to be like very much correlate with the amount those people like fetishes.
Unfortunately, we don't have every single user's exact political compass score. So, a moderate lib left is pulling that fetish just as much as a straight up anarcho-communist would. There was also no centrist option. So the ones near the center are the ones that are actually being pulled on by every quadrant instead of just ones that centrists might like.
So the things that are near the center, does that mean that it's about an even distribution of all of the different like quadrants?
Yeah. The correlation for one is weaker, which means that it's more likely to be sort of chance that we've got that result. So, but the farther away it is from the center, the less likely it is that we found that result due to chance.
Is it possible to have a truly centrist fetish? That's a question.
Most centrist, like missionary position.
Yeah, like missionary.
Is what seems to be the middle for women. I would say like anal's a pretty centrist fetish.
Okay, so looking around the center, there are some very taboo fetishes, which we'll call anti-centrist fetishes in the center, represented in the center. And then there are some non-taboo fetishes, which we'll call centrist fetishes. So centrist fetishes seem to be stuff like spanking, females submitting, latex, inanimate objects, choking, asphyxiation, positions besides missionary. Those ones are good examples of centrist. But then for the anti-centrist fetishes, we have.
How is sex positions besides missionary a fetish? They're just like having sex. Like what the fuck? I believe I can objectively say that if all you are doing in sex is missionary, you are not doing it right. I think we can all agree on this. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Things I didn't mention. Yeah, that's right. As an anti-centrist, I recommend you. I'm not going to finish the sentence. Okay, I'm going to use this last section to just put some interesting sections from the article, as well as giving some interesting insights from the researcher here. Both men and women were more likely to be gay if they identified with the libertarian left quadrant. Who is surprised by this? It's still very interesting to see that seemingly get confirmed, though. There was no correlation between age and political identity on the graph. That's pretty strange because, you would expect there's a stereotype. You start off as a leftist, and then you pay taxes once and you become a conservative. That seems to go against that stereotype. There wasn't a correlation in age found, except maybe lib-lefts were slightly young. This is a point about which quadrant had the most taboo fetishes. It seems to be lib-right for men and off-left for women.
Yeah, what if they're into missionaries and not into missionary like a position? I love you, chat.
But this is mainly because it was weighed down a lot by stuff like, incest and necrophilia, just on the line between lib-right and auth-right, so really it could have gone on either. And for women, stuff like sounding and vor are just like right on the line of being, authoritarian right as well. So it seems like the most taboo fetishes are either authoritarian center or right center. Thank you to the creator of this study. You can participate in more polls like these. I think she does.
Yeah, please don't, chat. Please don't. And with that being said, I think this is a great place for us to end our beautiful conversation today. See you tomorrow. Probably going to start around 1 hour earlier than I started today so that we can spend more time together. Thank you very much to my beautiful mods. Thank you very much to all the subscribers. And thank you to all the followers. If you're here and you have not followed, you are a bad, bad person. And we will do very bad fetishes to you. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for sticking around with me. We are on our path to a 1K streamer, Andy, and we will reach it eventually, probably in around 7 decades. Share this stream with all your friends who think would enjoy it. Join the fucking Discord community. Please, mods, share the link. Join my Instagram, because those are the two main places where you will be always informed about the coming stream. Subscribe to the Ugopnik highlight channel called Ugopnik Live over on YouTube, where we post all the highlights that you might have missed if you were not lucky enough to have the time at the exact time when I stream and enjoy my beautiful, beautiful presence. I hope you learned something. I hope you cringed a bit. I hope you laughed. And I hope I made this Monday a bit better for you and closer to a Friday. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. And with that being said, let us do our mandatory monthly... No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let's do our mandatory weekly respect raid over to Hassan. Send my love, make his fucking chat realize that I exist, and have fun. And see you tomorrow, most likely a bit earlier than when we started today. Thank you again for your time. Let's keep building this into something sustainable and something that is a beast of its own. There we go. Raid initiated. And yeah, see you tomorrow. This was very nice. I enjoyed this. Okay. Bye-bye.